Chapter 4, Fair Housing. In this chapter, we're going to talk about protections under the federal fair housing laws, including enforcement. We're going to talk about the protections of New Jersey's law against discrimination, including state regulations on rentals. We're going to talk about the implications of fair housing laws for brokers and salespeople, and equal opportunity in housing. Um, Federal, state, and local laws about human rights and fair housing affect rentals as well as sales at every phase of the real estate transaction from listing to close. And your failure to comply with fair housing practices is not only grounds for a loss of your license, but it's also an unlawful act. But just remember a little note I put down here at the bottom. When two laws cover the same topic, the more restrictive rule will always prevail. In other words, you always follow the most restrictive law or rule. Doesn't matter what if it's a zoning law or if it's a law about discrimination. You always follow the most restrictive law. Okay, because one law may have an exception to it. If another one does not, you got to follow the one that does not have the exception. Okay. So you got to follow the more restrictive rules always because we follow a lot of different laws, state laws, federal laws, real estate laws, the real estate commission rules. We got to, if some are more lax than others on the same topic, we need to follow the one that's the most restrictive, right? Why do we have fair housing laws? Well, simple. So everyone can have an equal right to an opportunity to have a place to live, whether it's owning or renting, or to be able to own your own personal property like a car or your clothes on your back. And violating these laws is a criminal act. So that's why we have equal rights. Okay. Now, does equality mean that everyone has a right to the same outcome? No. You get out of life what you put into it. Just like, should you be getting the same salary as someone else that works at your same place where you work? No, not necessarily. Maybe they work harder. Maybe they do more. Maybe they're better at the job than you. And if that's the case, of course they should be getting paid more, right? Um, so don't confuse uh, the rights, equal rights to the same outcome. And I know in today's society right now, a lot of people argue about, hey, you know, they argue about something called equity. Equity. Okay. Equity is trying to make an argument that everybody deserves the same outcome. That's just dopey, right? I mean, you get out of life what you put into it. Equality, on the other hand, is a different story. Everybody should be equal. You should have an equal chance. Everybody should have an equal opportunity. As far as the outcome, you got slackers and then you got hard workers. Which one do you think should get more? Should work out better for them? The hard worker, right? All right. So, knowing that, let's talk about the Civil Rights Act of 1866. All right. The efforts of the federal government to guarantee equal housing opportunities to all U.S. citizens began with the passage of the Civil Rights Act of 1866. Now, uh, what significant thing happened in the 1800s? You don't even need to know the year. What significant thing? Just go from the top of your head. Forget about real estate for a second. I mean, we all went to elementary school, didn't we? What significant thing happened way back in the 1800s that had to deal with allowing everybody to have equal rights? At least it was a first step in it.
The Civil Rights Act.
Abolishment of slavery. Yeah, civil rights.
Yeah, yeah, and who played a role in that? Come on, we all know this one guy. He looked
Abraham
funny.
Lincoln.
Yeah, there we go, Abraham Lincoln, right? So, like, you don't even need to know all the details of it. Everybody knows the basics, right? Abraham Lincoln freed the slaves. He had the Emancipation Proclamation and all that stuff, right? That was the first significant movement. So that's what we're talking about here, the Civil Rights Act of 1866. Okay, this law. Um, so when Lincoln freed the slaves, what did he say? He said that, hey, these are people. They should have equal rights as everyone else to be able to own the clothes that are on their own backs, right? So that has to deal with personal property. So do you think this law deals with personal property too? Yes. It deals with all property, personal property, real estate. There's only two kinds of property on this planet. It's either real, which means real estate, or it's personal, which is personal property. Okay. So the Civil Rights Act of 1866, this is an outgrowth of the 14th Amendment of the United States Constitution that prohibits any type of discrimination based on race and color. It says that all citizens of the United States shall have the same right in every state and territory as is enjoyed by white citizens thereof to inherit, purchase, lease, sell, hold, and convey real and personal property. So you see why I'm only having you highlight certain things here. Civil Rights Act of 1866 prohibits any type of discrimination based on race and color, and it deals with real and personal property. Boom. If you just highlight those things, you know what this law covers. And are there any exceptions to this law? Well, no, because if we go down to the last thing I told you to highlight here, there are no exceptions to the law when race or color is involved. Okay. And there used to be a longer explanation that was about 2 paragraphs long about this situation here. It's in 1968, the Supreme Court had a decision of Jones versus Alfred H. Mayer Company. Now, Jones was an African American, and Alfred H. Mayer Company was selling a property. Now, there are some exceptions to one of the federal laws that we didn't go over yet. A different federal law, not the Civil Rights Act of 1866, but the Federal Fair Housing Act of 1968. So the Supreme Court, the Alfred H. Mayer Company tried discriminating based off of the federal housing law of 1968, saying, well, there are some exceptions to the law as long as you don't advertise in a discriminatory fashion, or as long as it's your own home and you don't sell more than X amount of homes a year, you could discriminate. Well, the Supreme Court said, well, hold on. Even though the Fair Housing Act of 1968 uh, has exceptions to it, we fall back on the Civil Rights Act of 1866 that says when it pertains to race or color, you can't discriminate for those reasons for any reason. So because one law has exceptions to it, you got to fall back on the other law that says, yeah, but if the discrimination is because of race or color, that's not allowed ever. There's no exceptions ever to the law pertaining to that. Okay. So the Civil Rights Act of 1866, I'm summarizing it here in my custom slide. It's a part of the 14th Amendment of the United States Constitution, which is the law of the land, granting equal rights to all citizens for ownership of both real and personal property, all property. That's the only kind of property there is real and personal. So when it comes to race, there's no exceptions to this federal law. So all types of property are covered by this law. All real estate, residential and commercial, including unimproved land, Personal property, like the clothes on your back, your car, your personal belongings, your jewelry. The protected classes are race and color. But in 1987, the Civil Rights Act of 1866 was amended to include ethnicity and religious groups as a protected class without exceptions as well. So you cannot discriminate against anybody because of their race, color, ethnicity, or religion. There's no exceptions for those reasons. Now, who enforces the Civil Rights Act of 1866 when it comes to real estate? It's enforced by HUD, the Department of Housing and Urban Development. That's what HUD is. And violations under the Civil Rights Act of 1866 must be heard in federal court. And the statute of limitations is determined by your state's laws. Federal court has no monetary caps on awards or settlements either. Whereas the other federal law of 1968 has limits on the penalties, unless it's heard in federal court. And when anything is heard in federal court, there's no monetary caps on awards or settlements. Okay. So, Civil Rights Act of 1866. What's the protected class?
Race and color.
And
Religious groups.
and ethnic. Yep, ethnicity and religious groups. But really, for exams, it's going to be based on race or color. I think race is the word that they use. So when they ask you what's the protected class under Civil Rights Act of 1866, it'll probably be race. Okay, and who enforces this law?
HUD.
HUD. All right. And what kind of property is covered by it?
Single family and residential and commercial both.
All property. What about the clothes on your back? Remember, where did this law come from? Lincoln freed the slaves. He says that they have the right to own their clothes that they're wearing that's on their own backs, right?
So real and personal?
Real and personal. That's why I keep trying to put it back towards remember what happened back then. That's why it covers all property, even your clothes on your back. Right? So real and personal property. You see how many questions they could come out from this on exams? And you will get questions on all this anti-discriminatory laws and such. You will get questions about this stuff because they want to make sure people don't discriminate. They want to make sure you're familiar with those anti-discriminatory laws. So now we're going to talk about the Federal Fair Housing Act of 1968. Wait. What kind of property do you think, just based off of the name, do you think is covered by this law?
Housing.
Which is residential real estate, right?
Yes.
So Federal Fair Housing Act deals with houses, and houses, those are residential, not commercial. So this law does not deal with personal property, and it doesn't deal with commercial property. It only deals with residential property. And you got that based off of the name, right? Right in the name there, they got the word housing. That's a good hint for you. Okay, so now let's read it. The Federal Fair Housing Act of 1968 is contained in Title 8 of the Civil Rights Act of 1968. Oh my God, what are all these laws they're throwing at me? Here, let me dumb it down for a second. Let me make it super simple for you. Remember in the 60s, there was a whole civil rights movement, to desegregate the schools, the bathrooms, all that stuff. There were so many laws that were passed about civil rights. There's a huge civil rights movement. It was a whole plethora of laws that were passed in the 60s about civil rights. Well, in that big bundle of laws that they passed to make changes, Title 8 within that section of laws is known as the Federal Fair Housing Act of 1968. So the whole body of laws that were passed in the 60s is known as the Civil Rights Act of 1968. There's a section of that law, Title 8, that covers housing. And it's also named the Fair Housing Act of 1968. Okay. So it's the Civil Rights Act of 1968 is the big body of the laws. The one section of it pertaining to housing is Title 8. And it was also, Title 8 is also known as or named Federal Fair Housing Act of 1968. So these aren't a bunch of different laws we're talking about. It's the same thing. Okay. Now, it prohibits discrimination on the basis of these are the 7 protected classes under federal law, although I don't think they have all 7 of them just listed here just yet. I think on the coming slides they'll come out. But on the basis of race, color, religion, or national origin, including the origin of your ancestors, as well as sex, that's 5 so far, when selling or leasing residential property. Okay, there's 2 more we're going to get to, which were added later to this act. Now, the law impacts direct providers of housing, including landlords, real estate agents, and companies, as well as municipalities, lending institutions, insurance companies, etc. Okay, you guys got these highlights? So, my note on this. The Civil Rights Act of 1968 has a section dedicated to housing called Title 8, also known as the Fair Housing Act of 1968, and it has some exceptions to it. Type of property covered under this law is residential, whether it's for sale or lease. That includes vacant land intended for residential use. The protected classes are race, color, religion, national origin. In 1974, they added sex and people with disabilities. That includes those with AIDS and other medical issues. And then familial status. So that's all 7. Familial status means that you have children, children under 18. That includes pregnant women or adopted or fostered children. Okay. So you can't discriminate on somebody because, hey, those aren't your kids, you adopted them, or because you're pregnant and you've got a child on the way. They can't discriminate against women who are pregnant. Okay. Or the way some of these crazy politicians act today and call you birthing people. How do you feel about that? You're a birthing person. Okay. Alcoholics and persons in drug treatment programs are considered a protected class. However, current drug abusers and people who pose a threat to the health and safety to others are not a protected class. Although there's some politicians fighting against you being able to say that, because they are passing laws that are actually making criminals, doesn't matter if it's for drug use or whatever, as they're trying to pass more drug laws, making drugs more easily available and legal. At first, it was for health reasons, and then they turned it into recreational use. You got a marijuana dispensary on every block, it seems, today, right? At least here in New Jersey, right? So there are some exceptions that they passed here in New Jersey, which we're going to get to when we get to the New Jersey LAD. Now, enforcement is still done by HUD, the Department of Housing and Urban Development. You have 1 year to file a complaint to be heard in front of HUD's administrative judge within HUD. They have their own judges that all they listen to is discrimination cases. or 2 years if you want to make a federal case out of it and have it heard in federal court. So the statute of limitations is 1 year. Unless it's heard in federal court, then it's 2. Okay. So here are some of the violations that are covered under the Fair Housing Act of 1968. Just highlight these and make these notes, and then I'm going to go to the next slide. I have my own explanations. I elaborated on these explanations a little bit. I'd rather read mine. You could compare them and follow along in the book to see how I modified them slightly. Okay. So on page 68, just come here and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, fifth bullet point down, highlight the protected classes and include sex there because sex was not included there. Those are the 7 protected classes under federal law: race, color, religion, national origin, disability, familial status, and sex. And after the fifth bullet point, the fifth bullet point is explaining something that is referred to as blockbusting or panic peddling. So let's just write that: blockbusting / panic peddling right after that bullet point number 5 as well. And after the next bullet point number 6, write the word redlining, which is one word: redlining. Okay. All right. So everybody got it? Let me know so I can move on to the next slide once you got these highlights.
I got it.
Okay. So now follow along in that same section where you just did those highlights and notes while I read from this slide so you could see the little bit of differences in wording the way I wrote them here. You know, that the Civil Rights Act covers dwellings and apartments as well as vacant land acquired for the construction of residential buildings and prohibits the following discriminatory acts: refusing to sell, rent, or negotiate with any person or otherwise making a dwelling unavailable to a person as a means of discrimination; changing terms, conditions, or services for different individuals as a means of discrimination; practicing discrimination through any statement or advertisement that restricts the sale or rental of residential property; representing to any person as a means of discrimination that a dwelling is not available for sale or rent when in fact it is; or by making a profit by inducing owners of housing to sell or rent because of the prospective entry of persons of a protected class into the neighborhood. And all those protected classes are race, color, religion, national origin, sex, disability, or familial status. This is known as blockbusting or panic peddling. Basically, you're playing on somebody's fears of a protected class by telling them a big scary story that these people are moving in and how they're going to destroy your neighborhood and bring down the values. But I could save you by buying your house now and you could get out still. But, of course, I'm not going to pay you top dollar because, property values are going to be going down. This is known as blockbusting or panic peddling. You're trying to scare the seller into busting up the block and selling their house. Blockbusting. And it's based off of panic peddling. You're peddling. Peddling is another word for selling. You're selling your panic, your fear-mongering story to try to scare people into selling their homes. Okay?
Do you think
Yeah.
Do you think that guy who was sending the letters to that family, do you think that he could have been blockbusting or pan peddling in a way?
Oh, the watcher in Westfield you're referring to? Well, it's a little bit different. This is more like an investor or a real estate agent coming and knocking on your door and telling you, hey, listen, these people, whether it's because of their race or their disability or their national origin or religion or what have you, are going to be moving into your neighborhood, and they're going to destroy your property values. And the neighborhood's going to get dangerous. You're going to have all these drug addicts moving in and needles on the ground, because disability. You could be telling a story about how they're going to be putting in a halfway house next door for recovering drug addicts, and that's going to bring down bring all these drug addicts into your neighborhood. There's going to be like needles and drug use and all kinds of stuff in your neighborhood. But hey, I could save you and buy your house and get you out now. So I act as the hero. And then I come in, I buy that house below the value. And then I turn around and I sell it to the very protected class that I fear mongered you about. Okay. Um, they used to do that. Where the heck was that? Somewhere in Maryland. That's where the first documented case was. Trying to remember the name of the town. I always forget. Wait, maybe I wrote it down here somewhere. Because I always forget. I thought I wrote it down. Well, maybe I wrote it in one of the slides. I don't know. There's I believe it was Maryland that first had it, where I seen a documentary even on this, where in the 60s you had investors walking door to door, knocking on people's doors, telling them, "Hey, listen, all these black people are going to be moving into the neighborhood now, and they're going to drive down your property values. You're going to have all kinds of crime and stuff, but you could get out. And I'm willing to purchase the property, but of course not a top dollar because property value is going down. But I'm still willing to give you a decent amount for your property." And they tell you this big scary story, and they even went as far as paying a young black girl to push a stroller down the street behind them while they were knocking on the door to play a part in this scheme to swindle people out of their houses and forcing them to sell by their fear mongering. Okay. That's what's blockbusting and panic peddling. Okay. So that's with it pertaining to race. Now, it's been done. I keep saying protected class because it's not just about race. There's all protected classes. Like I gave you the example about a halfway house moving in next door. Halfway house, that's based off of a disability, drug use. People in recovery are a protected class under that, right? So you got to think outside the box. Discrimination is not just a black and white thing. There's a lot of kinds of discrimination. Look at all the protected classes that we have. When we get to New Jersey, I'm going to give you some examples of familial status. I had a situation where a landlord wanted to discriminate against one of my clients that were looking to rent a property because the lady had 2 kids and she was pregnant. She was clearly pregnant. So we'll go over that one. I'll tell you that story later too. But in the meantime, yeah, the Watcher. It was definitely trying. Nobody knows because nobody knows who it was. It's hard to tell what their intention was. Usually blockbusting. They're telling you a scary story, trying to play off your fears of a protected class. The Watcher was just a creepy person writing threatening and scary notes and leaving them in their mailbox. And that scared the people enough not to want to move in with their children. By the way, the other day when I told you that story and we watched that little video on it from the news, we saw that they sold the house for $400,000 less than what they bought it for, that $1.3 million, right? And they took a significant loss. Do you know Netflix bought the rights to their story and they made a series out of it, a little mini series out of it? My understanding is they got paid 7 figures. So I think they made up more than what they lost. 7 figures is $1 million, at least $1 million. Now, there was rumors that it was 10 million, but I don't think they got anywhere near that. But look, even if they just got $1 million, they made up for it, So they're good. So
That's a lot of money.
yeah, and that series kind of sucked. It was really weird. It went off on some weird tangent, about because of those letters, how they were writing the letters to the about the kids. One day the young blood will be mine. Netflix turned this into some kind of uh, devil worshiping, child eating, um, uh, weird story. It was just by some old people that lived next door. It turned out really weird. And then they turned that Westfield neighborhood into like a shore neighborhood. It was like a beautiful shore house. And the neighbors didn't like the renovations they were doing. So there were parts of the story that were based off of the true story, but then they really warped it. It's Hollywood, they really warped it. And it got kind of far out there. I couldn't even finish watching it. So I couldn't even tell you what happened at the end because it got too far out there for me. I was like, this is crazy. You got an old couple next door that start getting really weird and they're devil worshiping child eating people. What the hell is this? This is stupid. Anyway, but those people they got their money. They sold their rights to Netflix and they got paid. And somebody else made a movie about it too. So I'm assuming they sold the rights again to someone else to make a movie. I don't know how that would have worked though. Anyway, altering terms or conditions for a home loan or insurance policy to any person who wishes to purchase or repair a dwelling, or otherwise deny such a loan as a means of discrimination, even though someone can afford it. So basically, if you refuse to give somebody a mortgage loan to buy a house or homeowners insurance to insure that home in order to complete that purchase, and you deny the person because of their protected class, yet they could afford to pay for it, that's called redlining. I guess you could think about when it comes to financing, what color ink do they use if you're denied or rejected or something's wrong? Red ink, right? You want to be in the blue or the black. You don't want to be in the red. So redlining deals with financing, some sort of money, whether it's insurance or loan financing. But that's not where the term redlining comes from. This is just the easy way I'm telling you so you could remember what the term redlining pertains to. Redlining pertains to denying somebody a mortgage loan or an insurance, even though they could afford to pay it. Okay? I'm just trying to give you easy ways to remember stuff. Okay, now denying people membership or limiting their participation in any multiple listing service, real estate brokerage organization, or other facility related to the sale or rental of dwellings as a means of discrimination. In other words, if I wanted to join the African American Association of Realtors, the Hispanic Association, Women's Council, the Asian Association, if I was denied because I'm a white male here, that would be discrimination under the Federal Fair Housing Act of 1968. If you guys want to snap a picture of this slide that explains what blockbusting and redlining is a little bit better than the book does here on this, by all means. All right. So let's highlight here some exceptions to the federal.
I'm sorry. One quick question.
Yeah.
I was trying to take my phone off from you. So,
Shoot.
blockbusting. I know we talked about the discrimination and things of that nature, but what if there's like homeless people outside of the resident? Is that blockbusting or I know redlining is taking care of the loans, the mortgages, the financial side, but blockbusting or steering, what I want to say is keeping people away from the
Well, steering
area.
is another. Hold on a second. Steering is something else altogether. We didn't get into that yet.
Okay, well, blockbusting, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So convincing those to not go in those areas because they see drugs or homelessness and things of that nature. We just can't say they can't go there. But if we take a client to
you may not see any of that. You may not see any of that. It's somebody knocks on your door and tells you a scary story that these people are moving in, and that's what you're going to see. You know, it's not necessarily, hey, this is a bad neighborhood, I'm willing to buy your house so that you could get out. This is knocking on people's doors and saying a scary story to try to convince them, hey, it's time to move. Get out now while you can. And then this is a way for these investors that are using fear tactics to try to induce somebody to sell based on discriminatory reasons.
Got you. So blockbusting is when the buyer tries to scare the people that are living there or businesses or whatever, may have to leave because they want to take over.
Yeah, pretty much. They're
Okay.
they're just hucksters trying to rip you off, trying to
Okay.
tell you a scary story to sell your house and to convince you that you should sell it for cheaper than you think that it's worth because, hey, this neighborhood's going downhill and there's no way you're going to get that money. But I'm the hero. I'm willing to pay you this for it now. It's not top dollar, but hey, you're not going to get top dollar because this neighborhood's going downhill. Okay.
So it's the key word for that. I'm just asking because sometimes when you get to those questions, like the young lady said, it gets a little confusion. So the key word to answering this question when we think about blockbusting is when they try to buy the houses cheaper. Is that a key word?
Here, think of it this way. Forget about the details of buying the houses. Think of it as trying to scare somebody to sell their house. Just remember it this way. You're trying to scare somebody into selling their house using discriminatory fear tactics. That these people are moving in.
Gotcha.
Fill in the protected class. Right?
So that was blockbusting. And then we did do redlining, correct?
No, not. Oh, yeah. Redlining we did. That's refusing to give somebody a mortgage loan or homeowner's insurance because of their protected class, rather than their ability to pay for the insurance or mortgage and be able to afford it.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Now, so redlining, I said, think of red ink as a way to remember that deals with money, the insurance or the loans. But that's not where the term redlining comes from. I'll show you a short video that shows you where the term redlining comes from a short documentary. Hold on, let me see. Okay, so these are the highlights. What to do here? I think you already did this, right? Oh no, you didn't. Highlight this on the next page. Some exemptions to the Federal Fair Housing Act include the following, but never on the basis of race or color, because it always falls back on Civil Rights Act of 1866, where there are no exceptions to race or color. The sale or rental of a single family home is exempt when the home is owned by an individual who does not own more than 3 such homes at one time, and when a broker or salesperson or agent is not used, because under no circumstances are we ever allowed to discriminate, and b, discriminatory advertising was not used. If the owner is not living in the dwelling at the time of the transaction or was not the most recent occupant, only one such sale by an individual is exempt by the law within any 24-month period. Okay, so based on that right there, you had that Jones versus the Alfred H. Mayer Company in 1968. The Alfred H. Mayer Company tried selling one of their properties, and they said, hey, well, we didn't use a real estate agent, we didn't use discriminatory advertising, so we're allowed to discriminate. And the Supreme Court said, no, you're not, because you're trying to discriminate based on race. And when it comes to race, there are no exceptions. It falls back onto the Civil Rights Act of 1866 that says when it comes to race or color, there are no exceptions to the law giving you the ability to discriminate. So that's where the case solidified that the more restrictive rule will always prevail that you need to follow. And the rental of rooms or units is exempt in an owner-occupied 1 to 4 family dwelling. the owner lives in it. Dwelling units that are owned by a religious organization may be restricted to people of the same religion, as long as membership in the organization is not restricted on the basis of race, color, national origin, disability, or familial status, or sex. They don't have that in there too. A private club that's not open to the public may restrict the rental or occupancy of lodgings that it owns to its members, as long as those lodgings are not operated commercially. Okay, so you could have members only, and that's not considered discrimination, as long as they're not. These lodgings are not operated commercially. And you could have a religious organization has housing, and they're only going to be able to supply the housing to their congregation, to people of the same religion. Okay. These are exceptions that are carved out in the 1968 law that allows them to discriminate based on religion, for favoring people of their own religion. Okay. Now, in 1968, the act was amended several times in 1988, mental or physical disabilities, including those with AIDS, was added as a protected class. So 1988, they also added familial status. That's having family members under the age of 18, which includes foster children, adopted children, and pregnant women. In 1995, they also added Housing for Older Persons Act, HOPA, which says that you're not discriminating against familial status because this housing is meant to be for seniors or 55 plus community. So Housing for Older Persons Act says that you can prevent children, people with younger children living in this place, because the housing is meant for older persons. But in order to qualify for that, it has to specifically have signs up that says that this is housing meant for older persons, and that's the intent of it and all that. So this way, somebody with children can't say, oh, you're discriminating against us under the familial status for living here. No, we're discriminating because this is housing meant for older persons, and you're not older persons. Okay. So the older people don't want the little kids running up and down the hall screaming and having toys and stuff everywhere. It's housing for older people. So that's the exception to the familial status under the Federal Fair Housing Act of 1968. Now, in 1974, the Federal Equal Credit Opportunity Act was passed. Do you guys know what that was based on? Don't even read this. Do you guys know what the Equal Credit Opportunity Act was about?
Your credit.
Do you know who the protected class was? Over here, it has them all listed. But do you know who the reason why this law was passed? It was passed because a certain protected class of people were being discriminated against, not able to get loans or insurance or be able to buy a car or anything on their own. ECOA. Today, we still have that. You know, when you apply for a credit card or something, if you get denied, credit card companies are required, or anybody who offers credit, they're required to send you a written explanation that you were denied and why you were denied, to make sure it's not for discriminatory reasons. Okay, that's what the Federal Equal Credit Opportunity Act requires. But when it passed in the 1970s, why did this law even come up? Who was it trying to protect? Oh, you guys should really know this one. If not, I hope you don't get it. Women.
Hmm.
In 1974, because back then, it was a little misogynistic. You had the, you go out, you try to get a loan to buy a car or a loan for a house, and you're there without your husband. Come on, little lady, why don't you uh, go get your husband, have him come, and let the men do the negotiations and the talking here, and we could work out the details of the financing. You know, it was very
Which one is this one?
belittling, huh? This is the
Which one?
federal, the Equal Credit Opportunity Act, ECOA. This law was actually passed
Mm.
specifically to protect women who were having trouble getting loans. And in the 70s, women were working on their own. They weren't just stay-at-home moms, but they were still being treated that way. So uh, this law was passed, ECOA, to if you are denied credit, like you want to get a car, you want to get a house, if you're denied credit, this law requires those people who denied you credit to give you a written explanation within a certain time frame of why you were denied credit, to make sure it's not for discriminatory reasons. Now, if we read it here, they ramble off every protected class, but yeah, every protected class is covered under this, that you can't be denied credit. However, when it was passed because of the rumblings from angry women who were being treated this way. Okay. So this law was passed because of women. This had nothing to do with race. This was about women being denied of all races. Okay. But yes, race is a protected class here: color, religion, national origin, sex, marital status, age. These are all protected classes under ECOA today. But the main reason why this law was created and passed was because women needed to get those equal rights. Okay. Same thing with voting. In the past, women weren't able to vote, right? So a law was passed that gave women the right to vote. All right. So the fact that the applicant receives income from public assistance programs or exercise any right under the Consumer Credit Protection Act, women thus had access to more housing opportunities. Oh, see, even there, even though they list all of the protected classes at the end there in that last sentence, they say women thus had access to more housing opportunities. So it shows you this was actually created because of women or for women. Okay. Now, alcoholics and persons in treatments are considered a protected class under their disability. But current users of illegal controlled substances are not a protected class, nor are those who pose a threat to the health or safety of others. Other persons who are not considered disabled, including persons convicted for illegal manufacture or distribution of controlled substances, sex offenders, juvenile offenders, etc. Yes. So you get people these days, they try weaving all kinds of stories, like sex offenders or juvenile offenders. Okay. They're not a protected class. Sex offenders, these days, people are trying to say, well, it's a medical disability because, and then later on, they try in the same breath, they try to justify it, especially the one where you got the pedophiles. They're saying, oh, it's a medical thing. They're not pedophiles. They're minor attracted. That's sick. You're sick. That's what that is. But anyway, you get in society more and more people that are buying into that nonsense. But the laws are pretty clear on this stuff, even though you got some politicians that are refusing to make laws like Megan's Law in other states like Maine, some of those, New Hampshire. I think some of those states, they fight against child protection laws for some reason, which kind of spooks me a little bit, about wanting to ever move there with children. All right. So anyway, exemptions to the familial status cannot discriminate against those with families, adopted or foster children, particularly with children under the age of 18, including pregnant women. Yes, I did not say pregnant people. I said pregnant women. but I'm not going to go there. I know that's another argument these days. Okay, there are some exceptions to the familial status protection protected class in housing meant for older persons that would not be considered as discrimination. Okay, because you're denying someone because they're pregnant or because they have children. Well, it's allowed if it's in a place that's meant to be designated for housing for older people, like a 55 plus or senior community. So, what is senior housing? It's housing solely occupied by those that are 62 years of age or older. So, what's a 55 plus community? Well, if at least 80% of the units are occupied by at least one person that's 55 or older, and the housing facility or community posts and adheres to policies that demonstrate its intent to be housing for those 55 and older. So, can you live in a 55 plus community and be younger than 55? Yes, as long as at least one person 55 years or older is living in at least 80% of the occupied units.
I didn't know
And
that.
20%
Would
can
it-
be anyone?
Yes. But can you be younger than 55 and buy in a 55 plus community?
Yes.
Because I mean, I can understand that if you're younger than 55 and say you're living with maybe a parent
Yeah.
or a significant other who's more than 55, and that's why you're living there, and say they pass away and they leave it to you. Now you're younger than 55 and you could own in there. However, this actually became a big issue recently in New Jersey. There's a lot of municipalities that were passing ordinances that said you cannot purchase a house in senior housing or 55 plus community if you don't meet those age criteria. Of course, guess what side NAR came out on? The New Jersey Association of Realtors. Guess who they sided with? What is their objective? To promote real estate sales, rentals, what have you. They don't care who owns it. All right. But why do we have 55 plus and senior housing communities? Why? Why do we have them? Take a guess. Why do we have them?
So they can all be comfortable in a spot, I guess, in a certain like section.
And maybe get some, maybe these houses are cheaper. They get subsidies, some tax breaks. Even though some of these units are very expensive, they're still a lot cheaper by the comparison if they were not 55 plus or senior housing. You know, so it's for an affordability factor for them too. Right. So that's why a lot of municipalities were fighting against people being able to purchase in a 55 plus or senior housing community, because if you got young investors that are going in there buying them, they're going to turn around and rent them at a higher price. Kind of defeats the whole purpose of having senior housing, doesn't it? So they sued. And what happened? Well, here's
So
a
can a
question. Yeah.
so
Here's
can
a
a 55-year-old and above buy a property in these areas and rent them?
So are you reading this question right now that's in front of you? Can a
No.
buyer younger than 55? That's your exact question, right? All right. So can a buyer younger than 55 years old purchase a property in a 55 plus community if they're going to rent it out to 55-year-old and older people? Can each individual homeowners association determine a restriction on the age of the buyer? Well, I asked that New Jersey Realtors Resource Library. That's where I got the screenshot from. And the case was pending. But now there's a conclusion to the case. As of January 12th, 2024, they made a decision. And the decision said, New Jersey Realtors is aware of some homeowners associations, HOAs, and municipalities that have enacted governing documents or ordinances requiring that the owner to meet certain age restrictions, even if the owner would not occupy the home. In New Jersey, it's the New Jersey Realtors position that HOA regulations or municipal ordinances which prohibit non-occupying individuals underage from owning the home in the age-restricted community, even when they certify that the occupant will meet the age requirements, violate federal and state laws. So NAR was fighting against people for enforcing those age restrictions. For this reason, New Jersey Realtors is currently challenging the legality in court. Okay. So what happened? Here's what happened. It was settled and updated in November 22nd, 2024. The matter was decided in New Jersey Appellate Court, New Jersey Realtors versus the Township of Berkeley. In July 2024, where the court agreed with New Jersey Realtors and ruled that the age of the occupant, not the age of the owner, is what matters, and that someone under the age of 55 or 62 cannot be precluded from purchasing a home as long as they certify that the occupant will meet the community's age restriction requirement. The court subsequently invalidated local city ordinances that question that. Okay. I don't agree with NAR's decision and their stance on it, or the courts, for the reason that I explained before. Why do we have 55? Why do we have age-restricted communities to begin with? So that they could have these more affordable places for these seniors to live in the expensive state of New Jersey. And if investors are going to be buying the units and turning around and renting them at a jacked up rent, kind of, what's the purpose of that? You know, as far as Realtors Association is concerned, they just want to push the purchase. They want to have more sales and purchases. That's their agenda. But I would say, okay, you can have people younger than 55 purchase in 55 and older and senior housing if they are related to, if they're buying these units for their relatives to live in, perhaps, or if they're not jacking up the rents, jacking up the prices on them. But in the end, that's not what the ruling was. Yeah, go ahead.
Could I, two questions. So 62 and older is different from the 55 and older? Like the rules are different, or it's the same?
Yep. No. Hold on. I'll back it up to the slide right here. Look, senior housing, 62 plus, housing occupied only by people 62 and older.
So could I live in a place that's 62 and older only?
No. You don't look 62 or older to me.
So you're not allowed at all?
No.
Okay. But 55 and older?
That's senior housing. You're not allowed to live in senior housing unless you're older than 62. But 55 and older community, you're allowed to. Now, if I put up for rent an apartment in the 55 plus community and you come to me to rent it, I could say no, because it's meant for 55 and older. Well, then how could you be living there if you're younger? What if you're dating somebody who's 55 and older and you move in with them and they're living there? That's fine. Or what if that's your parent? And what if they pass away and they leave it to you? Can you got to leave, or you're allowed to continue living there? No, you're allowed to continue living there. They can't kick you out because you were living there, and your significant other that was 55 and older, or your parent who passed away that was 55 and older left it to you. You're allowed to, as long as the community keeps tabs that at least 80% of the units are occupied by at least one person 55 and older. But that's the situation, how it could be where there are nobody there that's 55 and older living in an apartment there. Because at one point they were, but they may have died and left it to you. Okay. But if you come to me just wanting to rent in a 55 plus community because the price is really good, sorry, you can't. It's an age restricted community. But there's loopholes to it like that, Go date somebody 55 and older, and then you can move in. Right. All right. So in the book, page 69, intended to be solely occupied by persons 62 and older, write senior housing next to that. And where it says intended to be occupied by people who are 55 and older, that's 55 plus community. Both of them fall under HOPA. That's Housing for Older Persons Act. Okay.
Is 55 so in the book, or I mean when they ask a question for the test, if they say senior housing, technically they're talking about 62 plus.
Correct. It's only 62 and older. 55 plus community, can you live there and be under 55? Yes. So you need to understand the concept of that, though, like I explained it. You can't rent in a 55 plus community if you're not 55 and older. You could buy a unit, but you can't live there or rent it. Right?
Can 55 and younger live in a senior housing?
No, because it's only 62 and older.
Okay.
That's why we have separate 55 plus communities and we have senior housing, which all smells like diapers.
Not even their children?
No, not
No?
not in senior housing. It's solely occupied by persons 62 and older. 55 plus community, you could be there with your children. However, wait, hold on. Let me correct that. They could discriminate based on the age. You could have people there under 55, but they usually have restrictions that you can't have children younger than 16 or 17. Like they don't want little kids running up and down the halls and screaming and, playing with their toys and leaving them everywhere. Okay. So usually housing for older person, even 55 plus communities, even though you're allowed to have, 80% with at least one person 55 and older, they still have restrictions on how young you can be and live there. Usually they don't want young teenagers or younger there. So 16 or 17 is usually like the cutoff. And then you could be older, but less than 55 and live there with your parent who's 55 plus or relative who's 55 plus.
So what if husband is 62 and wife is 60? Can they? No?
Solely occupied by persons 62 and older.
Okay. So people visit them, stay there
Sure.
for maybe a weekend, maybe grandchildren, or I think I have
You got,
read this question somewhere that
yeah, no, they could have guests. They could have somebody that stays over, but you got to
Okay.
really look at the rules of the housing complex. They have rules there for the seniors that they need to follow. Okay. It's like a condominium. They got rules there for you to follow. Well, these got rules for you to follow too. Okay. No long-term guests. Okay. All right. And if we get a listing for a property that's in a 55 plus or senior housing community, one that's age restricted in some way, we need to use a form like this. This one is provided by the Garden State MLS. It's the Housing for Older Persons Certification of Compliance, where the property address, the name of the community, the owners, and the broker will all sign here that and verify that it is either 55 plus, 62 and older, or some other age restriction that must be over 55. And then they sign here verifying that the property is and does comply with the Housing for Older Persons Act under federal law. Okay. Otherwise, if you just put a listing in the MLS and you say it's available for sale or it's available for rent, but not to people under 55, you're discriminating if you don't have this form. You're discriminating against familial status. But if you
So
have this
HUD
form
also
filled out,
protects these people.
I'm sorry.
HUD also protects these people too.
Well, that's why they require you to have this form, because they want to make sure you're not discriminating against familial status requirement protected class. So you have to verify that it is in fact housing for older persons with this form, and then that's a allowable exception to the familial status requirement. But if you're not 55, if it's not truly housing for older persons, you can't put a restriction because you don't want little kids living there running around upstairs, which in the past you did have people that did that. They say no young children, no small kids, because they don't, maybe they're grumpy people living downstairs, the landlord, and they don't want to hear the kids jumping and banging on the floor and screaming and playing. You got Groucho living downstairs. Okay.
Okay. What does familial mean? Sorry.
Family. Look at the root word, family. Familial sounds like family, right? It's familial status means you have a family with children.
Okay, so
or you're
so
pregnant.
HUD does also protect 55 and older and 62 older. Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Now, what about service animals? Well, think of service animals as part of the person's disability. So, can a landlord deny you from having a service animal? No, because that's like saying you can't live here if you have a disability. Right? Think of the service animal as an extension of the person's disability. And by denying somebody for having a service animal is like saying, I'm denying you because you have a disability. So that's discrimination under the disability part, to put it the simplest terms to understand it. Now, there's different kinds of service animals or assistance animals. Let me put it that way. You have service animals, which are trained animals trained to do something to assist the person with the disability. You also have emotional support animals, or ESAs. They're not trained to do anything. Just simply having the pet there to sit on your lap for you to pet is enough to, maybe somebody who has anxiety or PTSD, that's enough there to help them with their disability, their mental disability, because that's PTSD, anxiety, those are mental disabilities. They help you with that simply by petting the animal and having it around. It calms you, it helps you. So ESAs, emotional support animals, used to be required to be everywhere with you, on beaches, in airplanes, in restaurants. However, so many people started claiming that their animals are assistance animals, and they were just emotional support animals. They were not trained. They go crap and pee wherever they want. They're barking and nipping at people. That the laws changed, especially since people were saying you could have any kind of emotional support animal. It could be any kind of an animal. So you had people doing all kinds of crazy stuff. So emotional support animals, no longer, the federal law has been changed to they don't have to be allowed on planes or in public accommodations anymore. However, emotional support animals, when it comes to the place where you live, cannot be denied. Service animals must be allowed everywhere, planes, restaurants, beaches, as long as you have them under control. and they need to be on leash. And really, service animals can only be dogs, or in some cases, miniature horses can be service animals as well. All right. So I read all that. Now, or I said all that. Let's read what we got here that we should have highlighted. Fair Housing Act, FHA, that's different than the Federal Housing Administration, which is an agency. The Fair Housing Act is a law that makes it unlawful for housing providers to refuse to make a reasonable, what we call a reasonable accommodation that a person with a disability may need in order to have an equal opportunity to enjoy and use the dwelling. Assistance animals are not pets. They work, they perform tasks, or they assist and provide therapeutic emotional support for individuals with disabilities. So, can a landlord charge you additional rent, additional fees for having a assistance animal? No, they cannot. So the ESAs provide therapeutical emotional support for individuals with mental health or emotional disorders like depression, severe anxiety, or phobias. Highlight the landlord may not inquire as to the nature of the person's need, only the right to verify that the letter from the therapist is real and the therapist is licensed and confirms the tenant's need for an ESA. In other words, they don't need to tell you what their disability is. They could just tell you that they have a medical need for one. Which makes it so much easier for those liars out there who want to take their pets everywhere with them and claim that they're, service animals or emotional support animals. But there are 2 or 3 questions that can be asked for anybody who's claiming that they have an assistance animal. 1, is it an assistance animal? 2, what tasks are they trained to perform? And 3, do you have an active current prescription from your doctor for this assistance animal? Okay. They could ask you to provide that letter. At least landlords can. But like in places of public accommodations and such, restaurants, airplanes, they can't ask you for airplanes they can, but like restaurants, beaches, and stuff, they can't require you to walk around with your letter from your doctor, your prescription, to have a service animal or assistance animal. But planes, if you're trying to take one on a plane now, they can. So shops, businesses, and public buildings like courts and libraries are legally required to admit service animals, even if their general policy is that no dogs are allowed inside. They're not required to accept ESAs anymore, though. Okay. And here I got a write-up that explains basically a lot of what I already spoke about. Service animals can only be dogs or in certain cases, miniature horses, trained to do a specific task for their owner. Most common example that we know of is a service guide dog for blind people, right? But you have service animals, they're trained to detect when your blood sugar is running low or if you're about to have a seizure, things of that nature. These assistance animals can be trained to perform tasks or could be for emotional support. All right, so all you need is a letter from a medical professional or therapist saying that you need one on their letterhead with their actual contact information so it can be verified. These third-party websites, there's a lot of websites out there that say, hey, get your pet certified as a service animal, and we'll even send you for an additional fee the vest, ID card, and we'll put them in our database so that anybody, your landlord or anybody who wants to verify it, can check that they are a service animal. Right there, that should be your main tip-off. It's a scam. You know why? HIPAA laws. You guys ever hear of them? HIPAA laws? Medical privacy laws? There's no database where you could search if somebody has a medical need for a medication or a contraption or device or a service animal. All right. So ESAs, those emotional support animals, they could be any kind of animal. Take a look at this little fella there. Oh, service animals, not the emotional support ones, but service animals are usually larger dogs too. They're not going to be small, tiny dogs. Usually they're larger dogs. And there's a reason for that. They could get your attention more. They could hold you up. They could pull you. Okay. Watch this one right here. Well, what is he doing? Mommy stops working. You is low. All right. Whatever that means. You see. Oh, okay. That you can carry. Yeah, you can carry. I got a note here that somebody has a service animal and that you can carry an identification card. There's no law that requires you to carry any identification card. That's too much of a restriction put on the person with the disability. Plus, they cannot require your service animal to wear a vest to make it legit so everybody knows it's a service animal.
But
That's
they do sometimes give you a hard time. My dog is a service animal,
yeah, yeah,
and a lot of times they'll say, "Oh, you can't have a pet in here," and I say he's not a pet. So, like in
yeah.
some of the Costco's, they have a fit, but then others, like the one on 22, they have a fit, and I have to show them the card where I say he's a service animal.
Yeah.
And then when I go to the one in Watchung, they don't even care. They just
You know why? Because if they demand a card from you, you could sue them
wow.
because it's you don't need to carry around proof saying I have a disability.
Okay.
All you
Okay.
have to do is say, listen, this is not a pet, it's my service animal.
Okay. Okay.
And they cannot require anything else of you. If they push it, you could actually file a lawsuit against
Okay. Okay. Thank you for that.
them. Mhm.
Okay.
So let's look at this cutie. Look at that face. How could you not love that? Let's see what's going on here. Let's see how this service animal works. He's trying to get his owner's attention there to check her blood sugar. These animals are amazing. Look at that. Look at that face. Right? I mean, look at that. Their noses are so sensitive that they could smell your blood running through your veins, knowing that your blood sugar has fallen below. Isn't that amazing? That is amazing how these animals can do this. Or check this one out. Hold on a second. Let me mute this so because it's only music. Let me mute it because I don't want to get it flagged for having because I put this on YouTube. I don't want this getting flagged for not having a or copyright violation or something. Okay, so let's just play this, and you could see she gets up. The dog stops her and is trying to get her to sit down. Now he's going to get her medicine for her. And then he's going to get her a glass of water, wash it down. Because he sensed that she has a seizure coming on. So she got to take her medicine. Isn't that amazing? Oh, I thought I had another one in here. Oh, hold on one second. I got another one that's actually even better. Uh, it's an example where a lady is training her service dog out in a supermarket, and then she actually has a seizure, and you can see what happens here. Let's see if I can find it really quick. Give me one second. I know I downloaded it.
Where do you get these service animals from? Are they all are trained?
Nothing in the law requires a special training from a special licensed outfit or something like that, you could train your own service animal. But most people, they don't know how to train their own pets, how not to crap indoors, you know. So, but the thing is, Congress didn't want to put a restriction on people with disabilities from being able to to train their own service animals because that would be discriminating against poor people who can't afford a 25 or $50,000 worth of training that make that animal a service animal if you know how to do it yourself. Most people don't know how to train a dog to, you know, alert you when your blood sugar is running low. You know, I mean, I couldn't even tell you how to do that, you know, but so there's no restriction on requiring a specific special training by a special outfit, but they do require some kind of a training to be a service
Yeah,
animal.
because these two videos, I think they are specially trained. I mean, no normal dog can do that.
Yeah, yeah, exactly, exactly. Um, let me see. I'm just trying to find where I have this other video. I don't know if I downloaded it or if it's uh, I thought I put it in a slideshow unless I put it in a later slideshow. But this would be the slideshow to have it in. Give me 1 second while I look real quick. Hmm. Sorry, just give me 1 second here while I try to look this up to find that. Open documents. I got so many notes on service animals. That's easy to get lost in these. Oh my gosh. You know I downloaded a video somewhere. I just don't know where I downloaded it. Let me see. Oh, up there. Check my cell phone. I may have just put it on my cell phone. Let me pause this while I look real quick. If I do find that video, I'll share it with you. But I got it somewhere. It's basically a service animal. Girl's training her service animal, and then uh, has a seizure during the training in a supermarket. Now, I guess there's one more place I could look actually, is our Facebook page. Facebook.com/Career Path Academy. It is possible I posted it there. Post a lot of stuff there. And no. Okay, so continuing on, service animals. If your landlord refuses your service animal, they're refusing your disability, and that's discrimination. So, what happens if that's the case? Who can you file a complaint with? You could file a complaint with HUD, the Department of Housing and Urban Development, or your local attorney general's office to file that discrimination complaint. Okay. So there are some exceptions under the Fair Housing Act. All types of housing, including public housing, are covered by the FHA, except for rental dwellings with 3 units or less if the owner occupies one of the units. Single family homes sold or rented by the owner without the use of a broker, or housing owned by private clubs or religious organizations that restrict the occupancy in housing units to their members. Now, as far as pet fees go, service and assistance animals, they're technically not pets. And owners do not have to pay additional fees or additional rent to have them. The landlord, however, can charge security deposits still for damages to any tenant if they have an animal or not, right? They charge security deposits. But it's not advised to call it a pet security, okay, because they're not pets. In New Jersey, the maximum allowable security deposit allowed by law is 1.5 times the monthly rental figure. So the owner may still seek money from the tenant if there's damages caused by the animal to the home. Also, if there's a nuisance issue, the landlord does have the right to try and remove the assistance animal through legal proceedings. But they should tread with caution, because what if it is a real service animal? But if the landlord, listen, the person who has a service animal is supposed to be in control of their animal at all times. They're not supposed to be off leash. And they're not supposed to be attacking people or just causing damage. That could be considered a nuisance, and they could be removed. So here's a question from the legal diary. Is it legal to charge a dog, pet, or animal fee when renting an apartment? Well, yeah, but not if it's a service animal. A landlord may not charge a pet security deposit if it exceeds 1.5 times the monthly rental figure combined with the regular security deposit. Okay, so the maximum security deposit collected by the landlord cannot be more than 1.5 times monthly rent. And it doesn't matter that you're giving it a different name. You're calling it pet security. It's still security. It doesn't matter how you label it. The maximum security allowed by law in New Jersey is 1.5 times the monthly rental figure. Now, any additional security deposit increases, because say you have annual rent increases, just to bring the security deposit up on file, should not exceed 10% of the current security deposit. Security deposit laws apply to rental of residential properties, including mobile homes. The exception is an owner-occupied 2 or 3 family dwelling. Here's a question for you guys. There's a scenario. So how do fair housing laws apply to real life situations? Here's a real life scenario. John has been diagnosed with severe depression and is disabled as defined by the Fair Housing Act. His doctor prescribes John a dog to help alleviate some of his symptoms. John asked the landlord if he could have a dog as a reasonable accommodation for his disability. His landlord says yes, but then tells John he needs to pay a $250 pet deposit and must provide proof that the animal's trained. So the question is, did John's landlord correctly handle the request under the Fair Housing Act? And what if he wanted a cat or a ferret instead? That's a question for you guys.
Yes.
Yes, what? Give me some
I can.
explanation.
He landlord may ask for a pet deposit and provide that the animal is trained, but he cannot have cat or a ferret because he can have only dog as a service animal.
Okay, so you could have a security deposit. I don't suggest that you call it a pet deposit because you can't charge additional fees for a service animal. Okay. But they say it's a pet deposit. So let's see what we got here. So the answer is no. John's landlord did not handle the request correctly. The landlord cannot charge John a pet deposit for his animal because it's not a pet, but rather a service animal or required for their disability. Now, if it's a security, they could charge security, but they can't charge pet deposit. I don't know if that's supposed to be the same thing there. Maybe I should clarify it in the question. But further, the landlord cannot ask for proof that the animal's trained. They could only ask for if it's a service animal and do you have the prescription from your doctor on their letterhead. Lastly, companion and assistance animals do not have to be just dogs. They could also be other animals like cats, ferrets, or birds. This is an older video showing you what was happening before they made some adjustments to the laws when they allowed the emotional support animals on planes as well.
So in the last slide, we learned that service animals can only be dog or a miniature horse. But here there's cat and
Well,
ferret also.
Well, we're talking about emotional support animals, assistance animals, right? They could be any kind of animal. They it could be a ferret, it could be a cat, it could be a bird. Hello, you guys there?
Yes.
Yes.
And I have
Okay.
also shared a link in the chat.
My Zoom control, my Zoom disappeared there. Okay, I got it back.
I have shared a link in the chat window.
Okay.
That dog video, supermarket dog video.
Oh. Let me take a look at it really quick. Let me put it on mute and play it in the background there. Past the commercial. See if that's the one. Actually, yeah, that's the same video I had, but it wasn't on the news. It was just the video of the girl filming herself. But yeah, that's actually the same video that I had. So yeah, we could share that. If I could get through all the open windows. I don't know how long this is.
It or they don't.
Amber Laudicina was at Harris Teeter in Winston-Salem, recording this video of a training session with her dog, Coda. After a few minutes of training, Coda barks and then lies down, ignoring Amber's training commands.
When I have my pseudo seizures, it's not epileptic. So I actually don't know when they're coming on. I can't feel it when it's coming on. You can see in the video where you'll start to recognize I'm dazing off. I'm starting to lose mobility. I start to lose my ability to speak.
Amber tried to continue with the training until she says she realized she felt a bit off and she takes a seat. Coda stays with Amber as people pass by. And that's when the store's assistant manager walks up to help.
The employees typically don't, and sit with me or anything like that. They tend to just stand around and wait for EMTs to arrive. She pulled out all the stops for as long as I have had service dogs and as long as I have actually been sick. I have never experienced someone take on a situation like she did.
The assistant manager stayed with Amber as EMS came to check on her. Thankfully, she didn't need to go to the hospital. And Amber says she hopes her experience encourages people to be compassionate when they see others in need of help. In Winston-Salem, Joshua Davis, WXII 12 News.
All right. Okay, so that's basically the video there where you see the dog. She was training the dog, and then the dog starts barking, trying to get some attention for her while she's training him, and people walk by and then they start to help. But let's take a look at this one now. Yeah, go ahead. What's up?
No, after the video.
All right.
The largest airline to crack down on the so-called emotional support animals since that song. The policy change was prompted in part by a passenger who tried to board a United flight with a large peacock on Sunday. Delta announced similar restrictions just last month. CBS News travel editor Peter Greenberg is at United's hub at Newark Liberty International Airport, and that's where that peacock was grounded. Peter, good morning. Most people don't think of peacocks as emotional support animals.
No, but they are. In fact, more and more airlines are reporting that the number as well as the types of emotional support animals is reaching crisis proportions. Now, we're not just talking, as you can imagine, dogs and cats. In fact, the interior cabins of some flights are beginning to resemble Noah's Ark.
I'm not kidding. This woman is wrangling her peacock into the airport.
United Airlines says it warned the peacock's owner 3 times that Dexter would not be allowed to board. The bird lives with an artist in Brooklyn who claimed Dexter was her emotional support animal. In this 2016 interview, she described how she found him.
I got him originally for an art project, and but then this happened, and I was like, do I have a peacock cutlet in my neck? Yeah. Yes, I do.
United Airlines already prohibits non-household birds, hedgehogs, ferrets, spiders, sugar gliders, and other exotic animals. Its new policy requires owners to give 48 hours advance notice when flying with a support animal, provide a letter from a mental health professional, and documents from a veterinarian showing the animal is vaccinated and not a threat to the public.
We've had roosters and ducks and pigs and monkeys.
Sarah Nelson is the president of the Association of Flight Attendants and says she applauds the new policy changes.
But what we really need is for the Department of Transportation to act with guidelines for the entire industry.
United saw a 75% spike in comfort animals, from 43,000 in 2016 to 76,000 last year. The critters sometimes relieve themselves in damaged planes. In June, an emotional support dog bit a Delta passenger. Can pigs fly? In 2015, we showed how easy it was to get one on a flight. A Colorado counseling center provided CBS This Morning with a letter prescribing the pig as the primary treatment for a psychological disability. Tom Panic, CEO of Guiding Eyes to the Blind, says people are passing off their untrained pets as service animals.
As a person who is blind, my access rights are being infringed upon when somebody passes off a fake service dog.
Now, the new policies for United and Delta kick in on March 1st, and American Airlines is expected to follow suit. But we should note that the new policies only apply to emotional support animals, not the trained, specially dedicated animals that fly for and with people with disabilities. John?
Peter, thanks.
Yeah, people take their pets very seriously. We get it. But you see a lot of people taking advantage of that policy. So I think it's good that they're trying to figure out a way to crack down and make sure that the legit animals go.
All right, yeah. People really want to take advantage and have their animals together with them. And over here, as you can see on this chart here, Service animals are only dogs, or like I said, in some cases, miniature horses. They must be allowed public access rights, air travel, housing. They should be trained, but no official training. Let me just clarify that. It says down here at the bottom, trained means for specific disability, which goes well and above the socialization and obedience training. But it doesn't have to be by a specific authority or something. And it doesn't need to be registered or certified. You just need a prescription from your doctor. And a landlord can require, whether it's service animal or an emotional support animal, the landlord could require a renewal of that prescription every year, because your prescription is only good for so long. You know, you don't get the prescription from your doctor one time. They could ask you to for an updated one, because just like with medicine, you need to get that prescription updated. Not necessarily one prescription and it's good forever. You know, they could require you to get an updated one. So emotional support animals no longer have public access rights or air travel rights. They don't need to be trained, registered, or certified either, but they do have rights for housing. Okay, so it used to be that emotional support animals are allowed everywhere. Now it's not required under the law anymore. Somebody had a question for me before that video.
Could you repeat just a little bit on like the rent in regards to the service animal?
You cannot charge an additional fee to have a service animal or additional rent. You can charge security deposit, but you don't need to don't call it pet security, because that's going to create some drama, because people will say, oh, well, it's not a pet. Okay, well, then I'm just charging you security. Okay. Bottom line is, doesn't matter what you call it. You're allowed to have, even if you don't have an animal, landlords can charge you security deposits up to 1.5 times the monthly rental figure. Okay. So say that the landlord charges you 1 month rent as your security deposit. Can they charge you additional pet security if you have a pet? Yeah, up to 0.5 month's rent. So it's a total of 1.5 months rent as security. Okay. Now, it comes a little sticky when it's a service animal and you're calling it pet security, you know, that creates drama. Just charge the person security of 1.5 months.
Even for the service animal?
Yeah, because they could do damage too. They could have accidents, right? They could have a chewing issue. You know, their tooth bothers them, so they're chewing on the door, you know, or something. You know, it's possible. They are animals. You know, stuff happens. Even though they're trained and they're generally very obedient, and you know, but they could also be support animals, right? The assistance animals, the support animals for emotional support, they don't require any training. You know, so they could be chewing on stuff, peeing, crapping wherever if they're not trained by their masters. You know, they could be doing all kinds of damage, because landlords have to allow both service and emotional support animals, right? And if they're causing damage, you know, so landlords should, though, ask what kind of animal, the weight, the breed, if it had its distemper shots, and if it's not carrying any diseases or anything. If you're in real estate and you have a landlord that's allowing somebody to have a pet, whether it's an assistance animal or a pet, you should have these pet riders that require them to have to take responsibility, first of all, and to shield you as the landlord if somebody gets bit, if something happens, that they need to cover the expenses of that, because you're allowing them to be there in your house. And you could ask for the weight and the breed and all of that. Make sure they had their distemper shots, their rabies shots, all that stuff. Do you know that for certain breeds of animals, if a landlord allows you to have it, the landlord's insurance company can drop them. with certain breeds, with certain animals. If you don't notify the insurance company doesn't have to cover insurance claims, and they could just drop you. You're required by your policies to let them know. So tenants take this wrong way and they get all mad at landlords, but the landlord's like, what do you want me to do? I'm going to get, my insurance is going to be dropped. I'm not going to have any homeowners insurance because of the animal. You know, that's a real thing. Now, service animals, there's no restrictions on breeds or weight. So if the insurance company has restrictions, but the service animal doesn't, how does that work? Well, that could cause issues. I guess if you submit to them that it's a service animal showing, hey, I got no control, I have to allow it, so you have to allow it, you know, that's different, I guess. Thank God I didn't have to deal with that yet. All right. Fair housing. There's an equal housing opportunity poster that anybody that offers housing or housing services must have posted in their offices. Under the Federal Fair Housing Act of 1968, you have to have that equal housing opportunity poster in your office. When HUD investigates somebody because somebody filed a complaint and HUD's investigating you for discrimination, the first thing they do is they go to your office and they look around to see if the equal housing poster is posted somewhere. If it's not, they stop their investigation and you're guilty of discrimination. Failure to display the poster is evidence of discrimination. So if you don't post that we don't discriminate and that we offer equal housing opportunity for everyone, in the eyes of HUD under the Federal Fair Housing Act of 1968, that means that you do practice discrimination. So the bar is pretty low to be found guilty of discrimination. Even though, look, on a later page in this chapter, towards the end, the last page of the chapter in 86, it says, look, the complainant doesn't need to prove guilty knowledge or specific intent to discriminate, only the fact that discrimination occurred. Doesn't matter if your intent was well-meaning or not, or if you meant to discriminate or not. If the end result is that you discriminated, boom, you're guilty of discrimination. That's it. Okay. So here's that equal housing opportunity poster. You can find it on page 71. It's got the house with the equal sign on it. You probably see the logo on business cards even, right? That's the poster. It needs to be displayed in your office. All right, blockbusting and steering, and redlining, page 72. Let's highlight this. We already went over blockbusting, also known as panic peddling. We went over redlining. Let's talk about steering. Steering is when you make the decision where somebody should live, or when you're trying to guide them or discourage them from going in one area to another, steering them in that direction. Okay. Let me ask you a question. As a real estate agent, who do you drive around? What kind of clients do you drive around in the car where you could steer them in one direction or another? What kind of clients? Sellers, buyers, renters, landlords? What clients do you drive around that you could steer in one area?
Buyers.
Buyers or renters, right? So steering is not against homeowners. It's discrimination against buyers or renters because you're making the decision where they should live, where's the best place for them to be. So, and that could be done by you limiting their options by not even showing them properties that meet their criteria in their price range because you don't want them to be in a certain area. So steering is channeling of home seekers either to or away from a particular area on the basis of their protected class. So just think of you driving a car, you're behind the wheel of a car. You know what? I think you'd be better in this neighborhood over here. So you're steering them in that direction, away from another area. Okay. Now, your intention is irrelevant. They could have asked you for good neighborhoods, for safe neighborhoods near good schools, but all of that is a little subjective, right? What's a good neighborhood? What's a good neighborhood? I had a girl that came to, I had this lady, she came to my office one time. My office used to be in Edison. She came to my office in Edison, and she said she works nearby, but she lives in Newark, and she was going, her lease is coming due, and she needs to find a new place and get out of there. And I was like, okay, so where do you want to live? She said, I still want to live in Newark, but she wants a new place. I was like, okay. So we went back to the computer and I started plugging in the criteria or price range, what she's looking for. And we started going through, and surprisingly, there were tons and tons of rentals available. So we started going through them, looking at the map, where they were located, see if it was a good area or not. We were looking at the pictures to see if they were big rooms or if they were nice or not. We were going through all those details. So there were so many of them. So we sat down next to each other as I'm clicking through them. As I'm clicking through them. And we're like, yeah, okay, that one's good. That one's good. Nope, that one's not. Oh, go back to that last one. Okay, we go back to the last one. And I was like, no. I was like, those rooms are tiny. I was like, those pictures are deceptive. Look, let me blow it up. You could see they're probably holding the camera above their head like this against the wall to make it look bigger. And she was like, oh, yeah, I could see that. Yeah, you're right. So we keep moving through different, going through tons and tons of these listings, marking the ones we want to come back to. And then she came about one. She was like, oh, go back to that one. I went back to it. I was like, oh, okay. Let's see the pictures. Oh, wow. Couple bedrooms. Wow, the rooms are pretty big. Price is good. Let me pull up the map, see where it's at. And I was like, oh, that's a pretty rough area. Because at the time, I used to do a lot of work in Newark, so I was familiar with the streets. Sometimes you could have one street that the low numbers are good, but the high numbers are bad, or vice versa. I forget. They're messed up areas. Right now, I couldn't tell you which one's good area or bad. But back in the day when I was doing a lot of work in the area, I knew the areas and I could tell you. So I was like, oh, that's a pretty rough area. And her response, I mean, I shouldn't have been saying that. I should leave it up to her to tell me, So if she had a chip on her shoulder and thought that I was discriminating, I'm not steering her away from an area, you could easily file a complaint. But she saw I was there trying to work with her and help her, so she didn't have that chip on her shoulder. So when I said, ooh, that's a pretty rough area, I was just over there recently, that's kind of rough area. This was her response that came out of her mouth. Okay. This is exactly what she said. She was like, nah, that ain't a bad area. It's been at least a year since someone got shot there. I just looked at her and I was like, someone got shot? That's what I'm thinking, And she's like, it's been at least a year since someone got shot there. So it's a good area. So it's like we're clearly living on different planets as to what is considered a good area and a bad area. I'm just like, damn, somebody got shot. That's a bad area. And she's like, yeah, but it's been at least a year. So, where I live right now, people are getting shot every day, so subjective. You see what I mean? She's the one that got to live there, not me. So don't make the assumption of what's a good area, what's a bad area, because what's a good area to you may not be a good area to them, or vice versa. So don't be the one who makes that decision. Leave it to them to decide, because they're the ones that got to live there, right? So as soon as she said that, though, I kind of pulled back. I was like, well, you're the one who got to live there, not me. So I mean, you would know better than me, so yeah, whatever. And I was just like but that's steering. Here, let me give you another example. Now, it wasn't my intent to discriminate, but remember, I just showed you towards the end of this chapter a line that said, the complainant does not have to prove guilty knowledge or specific intent, only the fact that discrimination occurred. And steering is discrimination. It falls under one of the discriminatory things. Doesn't matter that my reasoning was honorable. I was trying to find her a good area, it's still steering, and steering is discriminatory. And if she wanted to file a complaint, I would have been found guilty of it. Doesn't matter that your intentions are good or not. It doesn't matter if you were the same race as her or not. It just matters if a discriminatory act had happened. Look, I'll give you another example. There was this older Hispanic guy that came to me one time looking to buy a 2-family house down Port Elizabeth. He had 200 grand to put down, was approved for 600,000 or more. And we found him a 2-family house down Port Elizabeth. And it was a new house, and it was about $600,000. And I was very familiar with the area because I play pool leagues, and we go to bars all over the place that play in the bar pool leagues. And I was familiar with the area, and got a lot of gang activity. It's pretty busted up. And so I told the guy, I was like, listen, you got $600,000 to buy a house. I could get you a house in Westfield for that, even a 2-family. It's not going to be brand new, but it's Westfield, And his response to me was this. He was like, oh, no. He's like, my English not too good. My people here, my food, my church. I was like, stop. You don't need to explain yourself to me. Because I realized right away, I was like, I don't want to be accused of steering this guy. That's not my intention at all. But I could see the writing on the wall. He's trying to buy this 2-family, $600,000 house in a busted up area. It's not going to maintain its value, and for that kind of money, he could be in a much better area, So I brought it up to him, but isn't that steering? Sometimes you feel for people and you want to help them, but it's still steering. No matter my intention was honorable or not, it's still steering. And if he had a chip on his shoulder, he could have filed a complaint against me. But I dropped it right away when he's like, no, my people, my food, my English not too good, And I was like, stop, you're good. I'll help you buy a house wherever you want, And he ended up buying the house. And then the real estate market took a turn. It dove. And he came back to me. And he was like, I want to sell the house. I was like, oh, do you have to move? Because the real estate market right now is on the decline. And he's like, that's why I want to sell, the price. I was like, well, you buy high, you buy low, sell high. You don't buy high, sell low when the price is. If you don't have to move, I don't suggest you move. He's like, no, I want to sell. I want to get out. And I was like, are you sure? It doesn't make sense. He's like, no, I want to sell. I was like, okay, I'll help you. So I was looking up the prices of how much they were going for now. His house, he put down $200,000 when he bought it. Okay. He already lost that equity. The value dropped more than 200,000 already. And so I was like, you know what? Let's try to save as much as we can. Let's try to list it at 400,000. No bites. Not until we dropped it down to about $320,000. And at this point, it's a short sale. We need to negotiate with his bank because it's less than what he owes on it. And he was okay with that still. And I was like, this is going to ruin your credit. He wants to do it. Okay. So the first appointment we get to set up for a showing for someone, the night before, somebody firebombs a car with a Molotov cocktail in front of his house that was parked on the street. And I told you, gang activity, they threw a Molotov cocktail, a bottle with gasoline in it, and it blew up a car in front of the house. So there was a charred outline from the fire all around where the car was. You know, it's been towed away and removed already. But now you got people coming to see a house and they see this big black charred outline on the street. They ask you what it is. I mean, yeah, you can't lie. You got to tell them the truth. You know, a car burnt there. Somebody firebombed the car over there. You know, no, thank you. Don't want to live here. You know, so I told the guys, like, listen, I was like, you know, the signs are there. They don't want you to sell this house. You should hold on to it if you don't need to sell it. So he decided he was going to hold on to it and keep it. I never followed up with him again, but the real estate market a couple of years later ended up bouncing back, but it took a couple of years. So if he sells his house now, he probably would make money on it. But if he sold it then, he was definitely taking a loss. But
So is that something we have to also, I've never thought of it that way, like that can also mess up your credit, and you know where you buy you could potentially want to sell, so you want it to be in a decent area so that when you
anytime you
sell.
make any kind of investment, you know, whatever you're investing in, especially for real estate, is this an area on the rise, up and coming, or is this area declining, or is it just level? You know, usually when you buy a house to live in, maybe it's multifamily, so it's kind of an investment as well, but it's a house you're going to live in. You don't buy the house trying to think about cashing in on it. You know, you want to, is this a house I'm going to live in for the long term? Will I be happy here? And those rents will help pay my mortgage. You know, that's the way most people think. They don't think about, this is an investment. Am I going to get a good return on my investment here? You know, I mean, it should be in the back of your mind, but it shouldn't be the main factor anyway. This is a house you're going to live in. But yeah, it definitely can affect you if it's a declining area or if it's just a bad area. Like he bought a brand new house, which was beautiful, but it was in a shitty area. You know, so what are what are you gonna do? You know it's. I mean, I saw the writing on the wall. I knew that the values on it were going to decline, especially as it gets older. The area wasn't improving. You know, but he wanted to buy it because he felt comfortable there because there were more Hispanic people there. They spoke the same language, the food, his church. You know, you can't force someone to buy somewhere else, you know, even though I suggested to him, you know, hey, in Westfield, and Westfield would have definitely been a good investment for him. The values there are always going up, you know, even in the crappy market, when they took a hiccup in Westfield, it didn't take much of a hiccup, you know, but I don't want to be steering the guy, you know, so when he started explaining that, I knew that was steering. So I was like, well, forget it. Forget I ever mentioned anything. You're not interested in it. You know, it's my intention to steer you somewhere else, right? I'm not steering you wrong, but I still cannot steer you. All right. But yeah, those factors can play a role. Definitely. All right. So we got all these highlights here for blockbusting, steering, and redlining. I don't like their definition in the book, their full definition of steering, because their full definition assumes it makes the assumption that, hey, you're all a bunch of racists. You just subconsciously don't know it. You know, I don't agree with that. I think that's ridiculous. That's lazy thinking. You know, you see, they say steering may be done unintentionally by agents who are not aware of their own subconscious assumptions. You know, what are you saying? You're saying that I'm a racist. I just don't know it. You know, that's ridiculous. You know, you could be guilty of steering with it not being your intention because you're trying to help people. You know, but that last sentence there was kind of offensive, really. All right. Redlining, refusing to make mortgage loans or issue insurance policies in specific geographic areas without regard to the economic qualifications of the applicant. In other words, you don't give them a mortgage loan or an insurance policy, even though they can afford it. That's what that is. Okay. So I got my slide here explaining these things with my version of a definition for them. Like my definition for steering is clearly a little bit different than the book's. Is limiting someone's options of where they can live by not showing them all the properties that meet their criteria in the areas they're looking, or by channeling those home seekers to or away from certain areas, or simply not making them aware homes are available in those areas. When the agent is the one who decides where the buyer or renter should live, that could be deemed a discriminatory act. Okay. Blockbusting, sometimes called panic peddling, is using discriminate. Actually, you know what? These notes are better than the highlights you had in the book. So this slide is not a bad slide for you to study so that you better understand it when they ask you questions, and they will ask you questions on exams about blockbusting, panic peddling, steering, and redlining. Okay. Blockbusting is sometimes called panic peddling, and it uses discrimination as the tool to play on a homeowner's fears of a protected class that these people are moving into the neighborhood in order to scare them into selling. And redlining is refusing to give financing or mortgage loans or insurance policies, even though the person can afford it, as a means of discrimination. So my definitions here are a little more straightforward without the weird language that they use that makes it a little confusing to understand the message they're trying to get across. I'm a little more direct in my explanations here. So you guys want to snap a screenshot for your notes? Go right ahead. Otherwise, I'm changing the slide. All right. Now here's where the term redlining really comes from.
The 1930s, in the wake of the Great Depression.
Let me minimize this. There you go.
FDR's president, he wants to bring economic relief to millions of Americans through a collection of federal programs and projects called the New Deal. One part of that New Deal was the National Housing Act of 1934, which introduced ideas like the 30-year mortgage and low fixed interest rates.
Wow. You guys see that? Let me back it up. Model home, $4,800. Damn, you can't even get a car for that. A used car these days for that, right? You get a model home, brand new, $4,800, only $960 cash down with a $27.62 a month payment.
So now you have all these lower income people who can afford homes. But how do you make sure they don't default on their new mortgages? Enter the Homeowners Loan Corporation. The HOLC created residential security maps, and these maps, they're where the term redlining comes from. Green meant best area, best people, aka businessmen. Blue meant good people, like white-collar families. Yellow meant a declining area with working-class families. And red meant detrimental influences, hazardous, like foreign-born people, low-class whites, and most significantly, Negroes. Again and again on these HOLC maps, one of the most consistent criteria for redline neighborhoods is the presence of Black and brown people. Let's be clear, studies show that people who lived in redlined areas were not necessarily more likely to default on their mortgages, but redlining made it difficult, if not impossible, to buy or refinance.
Okay, so that's where the term redlining comes from.
The 19th.
All right, so whoa, hello. Come on, Zoom. Zoom controls are bouncing around on me. Sorry. Gotta back up the slide. Okay, disparate impact and disparate treatment. What is that? Disparate impact and disparate treatment. Well, disparate impact is something that's based on your feelings or opinions. It's subjective. Disparate treatment is how you're treated. That's not subjective. That's objective. All right. So that's the difference between those two. But disparate impact is a way that a lot of politicians in recent years were able to get a lot of laws passed. And some of these laws really don't make sense. They make criminals a protected class just based on their race. They use that as the argument, because somebody within HUD did a head count of how many people were in prison and then segregated them based on their race and said, hey, there's not an equal number of these color people versus these color people in prison. So therefore, the criminal justice system is racist. Wait, what? I mean, you could make an argument it's because maybe police are not arresting people or going after people based on their race on an equal basis. But is that all cops? You know, that's a hard argument to swallow. But just say that there are some that are doing that. You know, you can't say that the entire criminal justice system is racist. Well, I guess you can say whatever you want. And that's what they do. They just say it. And they say it enough that enough people start believing it and it makes it fact. And then you get people going out there protesting. The criminal justice system is inherently racist. So now we need to have something called equity, not equality, but equity. Remember, equity is equal outcomes. All right. So what they're doing is saying you need to release more people from prisons now because, you know, the criminal justice system is racist. But how can we release people from prison when they've been convicted of crimes? Well, they get pardons. They get off for what kind of reason can we release them? I mean, if they're still bad actors and they're still acting like criminals in prison, how the hell do we get off by letting them out of prison? COVID, right? Wasn't COVID the excuse for everything? Just say COVID. That's the answer, COVID. They actually did release a lot of people from prisons early because of COVID. They didn't want it to infect all the other prisoners. COVID. You know, that was the response. It even happened here in New Jersey where they released people from prison. This wasn't just like out on the West Coast where they're really whack jobs over there, where they have some crazy ideas and they institute them as a experiment, some sort of social experiment. They did it here too. Now, they ended up passing laws, these politicians, based on flawed studies that weren't studies. It was just a guy that went to prisons and did a head count of how many people are there and separated them based on their race. And then he said, because there's not an equal, okay, so he created a report. So HUD created a report saying there's not an equal number of people in prisons based on their color. It doesn't analyze whether those people belonged in prison because they committed the crimes and they were found guilty by a jury of their peers or anything. It just says there's not an equal number of people in prison. And then they came out with a different report based on that study's information and said, well, that therefore makes the criminal justice system racist. And now there's stories from newspapers based off of those studies and the data that they then quote as the evidence. And then politicians say, well, there's all these stories that are based on all of this data, but you're building up on something that was flawed to begin with. And it just gets crazy how they are able to pass these laws because they base them off of news articles that were written by political biased pundits that were trying to help these politicians get to whatever agenda it was that they had there. And they ended up passing laws. And you'll see this. We didn't go over the LAD yet. That's the New Jersey Law Against Discrimination. That basically makes criminals a protected class, even though they say it does not make criminals a protected class. That goes on to explain how it makes criminals a protected class. You know, I got the instructor for the evening class that she's got a student in the evening class that was asking her some specific questions about it. And she was starting to get a little confused about it. She's like, yeah, you know, I don't know. I don't make the laws, but you know, this is crap that I analyze. You know, I'm involved in politics and I observe things all the time that happen. And I remember when these reports came out and I remember how they were starting to build up on it. And I was like, how are they getting away with this? How are they doing this stuff? So let's just read this. Disparate impact versus disparate treatment. Disparate treatment is bad. That means that you don't treat people equally. You don't treat people equally. Disparate impact, however, is based on your feelings or opinions of how somebody's being treated, right? Or impacted. So disparate impact is sometimes referenced as disparate treatment or adverse impact. Now, they're actually two different things altogether. And is a policy or practice that seems to be neutral, but in fact may disproportionately impact a certain group of people. This results in discriminatory practices resulting in unequal treatment and hindering equal access. For example, a lender or property management company may require full-time employment. On the surface, this requirement seems fair enough. However, it discriminates against someone receiving public assistance, disability payments, etc. Well, no, it doesn't, because we have laws that say as long as the income is coming from a lawful source, you can't discriminate based on the source of lawful income. Okay, so we already have laws against that. Now, the Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, which enforces the Fair Housing Act of 1968. Okay, yeah, that's true. HUD enforces federal laws. So what's the point? Well, they published a guidance explaining that the use of criminal history to exclude people from housing may violate the prohibitions in certain circumstances. What circumstances? Are you talking about that report that the guy made within HUD that looked at the number of people in prison and segregated them, and then they made rules based off of that? Let's see. Housing providers may not use criminal history as a pretext for intentionally discriminating based on their race or national origin. Applying a criminal records-based restriction against a protected class differently than they apply them to non-protected housing applicants. Okay, that's a mouthful. Let's break down what they said. Somebody within HUD basically created a report, and that report basically said that under certain circumstances, people can be considered discriminated against. So you can't use their criminal history to discriminate against them. But then they go on to give an example that what they're talking about here is that for instance, you can't do a criminal background check on a person because they're black, but you don't do one on someone because they're white. Yeah, that's racist. That's if you're going to do criminal background checks, you do it across the board to everyone. But these laws that they passed said that even if you have a neutral policy of applying criminal background checks to everybody equally, you could still be accused of racism because the criminal justice system is inherently racist because there's not an equal number of people in prison that are black versus white. That's ridiculous. For example, a management company, now they go on to change this topic and go on just to give you another example here. For example, a management company with the intent of keeping all tenants safe might reject an applicant based on their criminal history. This ignores groups who are incarcerated. See, now they're talking about those studies. This ignores groups who are incarcerated at higher rates than the general population, and they may not result in safer environment. Well, if you're going to start talking about studies like that, why don't you bring out the whole issue of the studies and talk about the crimes, and are the crimes actually legitimate that people are being arrested and incarcerated for? They're trying to tell people that you can't look at a group and classify people as a group, because that could be racist. But then again, they turn around and they classify people as groups based on their color, and they say because there's not an equal number of people in prison based on their color, therefore the criminal justice system is racist. So they kind of like use the argument, and then they say that you can't use that same argument to fight it. You know. Yet another example is zero tolerance of violence, without recognizing that up to 25% of women have experienced domestic assault. So this policy would negatively impact them. Huh? Not if you use common sense. Common sense would tell you, yeah, if you have women that are victims of violence and you have a zero tolerance for violence, you're not going to punish the victim. But they're saying here, yeah, you could get punished like that. Yeah, if you're in elementary school, no fighting kids, you're both going to get in trouble for fighting, right? But in reality, when it comes down to domestic, violence like this, that's not going to happen. It's not based off of, well, nobody can live here because you were involved in a domestic dispute. Yeah, but I was the victim. That's not how it works in the real world. So, but they tell you these different stories here just to get you nodding and agreeing with disparate impact and disparate treatment is wrong. Now, disparate treatment is wrong. Disparate impact, that's a psychological thing. That's just something that people could spin a story in one way or another to pass maybe laws like this one. The New Jersey Fair Chance in Housing Act, the FCHA. This was actually beginning January 1st, 2022. It's not long ago that they enacted this in New Jersey. New Jersey's Fair Chance in Housing Act prohibits landlords from generally asking about criminal history on housing applications. In most cases, landlords are prohibited from running criminal background checks on an applicant until they first agree to rent to them. And then that would be a conditional offer of housing that's made. So you can't tell people in advance you're going to be doing a background check on them as part of the rental process. You have to agree to rent to them first and then say, wait, that's based on a condition. I'm going to do a background check now. Why do they do this? Why did they make the law that you have to do it in this order? Well, because if you already first agreed to rent to somebody and then you want to back out of it, there could be special consequences for those who are now trying to back out of these contracts. And it's a lot harder to back out of a contract than to not write one altogether. Right. I think I asked you guys this on day one, if you have, and it doesn't matter what race you are, if you have a 2-family house, would you want to do not just financial and employment background checks on those prospective tenants, but criminal history checks? I'm asking everybody.
Repeat the question.
If you have a 2-family house and you're renting the other apartment, would you want to do, in addition to the financial background checks, the credit checks and the employment checks on those prospective tenants, would you also do a criminal background check on those tenants?
Yes.
Why? I'm not saying you're right or wrong. I'm just asking you guys. We're just having a conversation. Why?
In case they are like a repeat offender for like a certain type of thing that they do, and that can be harmful for me or like my family.
I mean, we should, but it is prohibited in New Jersey.
Right? So basically, you're looking out for your safety, right? You want to know if this person's a criminal or not, and you may feel uncomfortable depending on what crime it was that they did. What were they in prison for, right? Were they dealing drugs? Were they manufacturing drugs? Did they kill somebody? Did they rape somebody? Did they kidnap somebody? I mean, would that be of interest to you?
That would be of interest.
Right. Right. Okay. Well, New Jersey says you have to first agree to allow to rent to somebody and then tell them that it's based on a conditional background check that you're going to do now.
Can you repeat that? Sorry.
Fandrea, does your mic work? You could talk. Are you having issues with the mic? I know she's messaging me. Yeah.
I'm sorry. Would that be considered under discrimination because we're asking them for a criminal background to know is that on our business?
Well, it always was the landlord's business who's going to be renting in their house, their apartment, right? Isn't it your business if you're living in one unit and the other unit you're renting to someone else? Would you want to know if that person has a criminal record and analyze what that record is, and then you be the one that decides whether you feel comfortable renting to them or not? I mean, you may have a different perspective than me. I'm just asking your perspective. What's your opinion on it? You know?
Yes.
I know everybody wants to do financial and credit background checks, but do you also want to do criminal history checks? You know, I want to know.
My personal opinion, I would just say yes. I would want to know who's living in my house. If I'm sharing a house with them, I would want to know that those things. I guess I was hesitant to answer the question because I don't know if I'm going to say it's discrimination or not, because my headspace is just realtor.
I'm not looking for a right or wrong answer. You're a human being. I'm asking for your opinion. You are human beings. We have families. What would you feel comfortable around? If you have a 2-family house and you're going to rent out the other unit, you want to make sure the person could afford it. So you're going to do a credit check on them and an employment check to make sure that they have a job, or if they're on government assistance, you want to check and see that they're on the government assistance that could cover the rents. Okay, but in addition to the finances, do you even care about the criminal behavior or background of this person? Were they ever in prison for something? Did they do something wrong? Is that of interest to you at all? Would you want to do a criminal background check? The majority of people I get in these classes, when I ask them this, I'm just asking for your own opinions. There's no right or wrong answer. Yeah, everybody's like, yeah, I want to know if they're a criminal. And, you know, the very few people that said, no, I'm going to rent to anybody no matter what, it's because like their dad just got out of prison or is in prison, you know. I mean, you get different people with different perspectives for different reasons, you know. But the majority of people by far say, yeah, I'd like to do a criminal background check too. And then my answer is, well, look, New Jersey says you can't do a criminal background check until you first agree to rent to them. And then it's going to be based on a conditional offer for housing based on the criminal background check. So what does that mean? We didn't even get into that yet. This is going to blow your mind. But before we get further into that, here are my 2 cents of it. Because this whole thing about this HUD report that then they started creating laws about, I think, I don't know where it's coming from or what the motivation is behind it. Is it just like pandering for votes? I really don't understand it. You know, the best we could do with contradictory guidance like this is to be a good person, treat everybody equally, fair and just. Hopefully you won't get sued in the process. Politicians, in the name of fair housing and something that they call equity, are justifying a systemic racism claim by absolving individuals of personal responsibility that actually committed crimes and were in prison. We used to have consequences for that. Okay. So they go to prison, they serve their term, and then they get out. But, you know, in the past, you lost your right to vote. Now people can do criminal background checks and, hey, they see that, hey, you did crimes, you were in prison. They may not feel comfortable you living in their house with them, you know? So I don't see what's wrong with that. But they said, so for personal responsibility and accountability for their actions. Instead, judging individuals based on racial groups and categories that they fall into as the reason to excuse them. Okay, why are we doing that? When they keep telling us, you know, you can't group people into a category based on their race, because that's a racist thing to do, right? You got to judge each person as an individual. But when they do a head count in prison and then they segregate them based on their race, and they say there's not an equal number of people in prison based on their race, then the system is racist, and then you can't do criminal background checks, because if you rely on a criminal background check, which shows you that somebody was arrested, incarcerated, and were in prison, well, you're basing that based on a racist system. So therefore, that makes you racist by extension. That's a bit of a leap to take, isn't it? But that's exactly what New Jersey's doing. So law-abiding citizens wanting to safeguard their family, property, and tenants have a responsibility to do so. But they could be found guilty of discrimination for denying renters who have criminal history. And I'm not even talking about anybody's race. It sounds crazy, but it's the law in New Jersey. All right. Look, I added this recently to I had AI make this for me the other day, explaining the Fair Chance in Housing Act. Okay. What does it do, this Fair Chance in Housing Act? It has limits on criminals. Let's see. Landlords cannot ask about criminal history at stage of application. They can't have blanket bans based on certain crimes. They cannot, relevant history can only go back 7 years for any crime. And post-conditional offer. Okay, so you first have to give them an offer, and then it has to be based on their criminal history. Now, it says you could only look at relevant history at maximum back 7 years. Okay. Now, the screening process is you need to make the conditional offer. Then you could do the background check, assess it, and make a final decision. The tenant's right to review your background check and your decision-making process. They have a right to dispute any information, and you have to make an individualized assessment for each person. Access to support, I don't know what that means. Prohibited practices, let's see, you're not allowed to discriminate, use false information, take retaliation, or ignore FCHA. All right, whatever. Let's look at this NAR attorney, how she explains how this HUD report was turned into rules and in some cases laws. And then she starts talking about how some housing providers are being sued, and then they end up in settlements because they're just trying to avoid the lawsuits. But keep in mind, when she's explaining this, people were accused, people were sued, there were settlements. That doesn't mean that anybody was ever found guilty of it. They just, anybody could be accused of anything. A landlord could settle because it's cheaper than going through lawsuits. Okay, let's take a look at the rules that she also says. Let me optimize that video again.
Welcome to Window to the Law. I am Mame Nyamiche, staff attorney at the National Association of Realtors. In this episode, I will discuss why it is important to give your criminal background screening practices a second look in order to avoid a fair housing violation. In fact, several housing providers have found themselves faced with lawsuits alleging the misuse of criminal history in violation of fair housing laws. In New York, a housing provider recently settled a case for over $1 million, where the plaintiff alleged that the housing provider maintained an overly broad ban on renting to people with criminal records.
Okay, so what did she say right there? Let's break it down. What did she say? In New York, a housing provider was sued for $1 million because they had an overly broad restriction on who they were going to rent to with criminal records. Okay, and
in Florida, as many as 48 Florida housing providers were also sued for the alleged improper criminal background screening of prospective tenants.
So in Florida, there was a lot of housing providers that were sued because of alleged allegations that were made that they had overly broad screening or filtering of tenants based on criminal histories. Okay, so you're still considering their criminal history.
The use of criminal histories to make housing decisions has long been on the fair housing advocates' radars.
Why?
In 2016, HUD issued guidance urging housing providers to exercise caution when implementing criminal history policies and practices to make housing decisions.
Why? That was based on that report of the number of people in prison segregated by their race and just doing a head count of people based on their color in prison, which is kind of ridiculous.
In the guidance, HUD reported that African Americans and Hispanics are arrested, convicted, and incarcerated at disproportionate rates compared to the general population.
So what? Now you can't consider their criminal history because there's more people of one race in prison than another? That's the argument they're making. And it's kind of ridiculous because I don't care what your race is. If you are renting an apartment, would you want to do a criminal background check on people regardless of their race and want to know if they have a criminal history and criminal behavior? I mean, it's kind of stupid. Why is race even being brought up? Why are they doing this? You know, there's an agenda somewhere for some reason, but I just don't get it.
Resulting in criminal history-based barriers to housing and creating a disproportionate impact on minorities. While persons with criminal records are not a protected class under the Fair Housing Act,
that's good to hear, but let's see what she continues to say. Maybe rewind that a little bit.
Race, color, and national origin are,
Yes.
and the improper use of criminal history to make housing decisions may have a disparate impact on those protected classes.
How?
Under a disparate impact analysis, a housing provider may be held liable for discriminating against a protected class absent any evidence of intent or motivation to discriminate.
That's scary. Do you guys, let me rewind that. If you guys were not listening to what she said, let me rewind that again. Listen to what she actually says here.
For discriminating against a protected class absent any evidence of intent or motivation to discriminate.
You could be found guilty of discriminating against a protected class absent of any evidence. Let's play it again.
Those protected classes. Under a disparate impact analysis, a housing provider may be held liable for discriminating against a protected class absent any evidence of intent or motivation to discriminate.
There's no intent or motivation to discriminate, but you could still be found guilty of discrimination. Under this disparate impact analysis. In other words, because somebody put out a report and said there's not an equal number of people in prison based on their race, if you rely on a criminal background check, then that therefore by extension makes you racist. Even if you're doing criminal history checks on everybody equally and you have the same standards for everybody equally, you could still be found guilty of discrimination against that protected class.
Meaning, liability may arise when a facially neutral policy or practice has or predictably would result in a disproportionately negative impact on a protected class under the Fair Housing Act. Some states and localities, such as Illinois, New Jersey, and the District of Columbia, have even enacted laws restricting a housing provider's use of criminal records. Consider these best practices when using criminal history to make housing decisions. Have a written criminal history policy. Apply criminal record policies consistently. Do not ask or consider arrests without convictions. Avoid blanket bans on applicants with a criminal conviction. Be sure to exclude only those with convictions that present a demonstrable risk to resident safety or property.
How do you do that? How do you demonstrate that this person that was in prison for committing a crime could possibly do it again? I mean, they have a history, right? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
And I was just answering your question with a background check.
Yeah. Yeah, with a background check, right? That's how we find out. But apparently that's not good enough. You actually have to, they want you to document your decision and thought process here, and have a written policy about how you filter out people with criminal histories. Okay. So that they can maybe use that as evidence against you later for discriminating against the, well, she said criminals aren't a protected class, but there are the 7 protected classes: race, color, religion, But they made the whole argument that HUD came up with a report that people of color are incarcerated at higher rates than others. Okay, so she's telling you it's not about all the other protected classes. It just has to deal with race, right? That's the only protected class they're really focusing on here. And they're saying because there's more people in prison based on this, you could be found racist because you're denying somebody because of their criminal history. It's a hell of a leap to make. And I don't understand how this ever got passed into law. It has to, you have to withdraw your common sense in order for it to be turned into a law. But hey, it is here in New Jersey, Illinois, and DC.
Document housing decisions and become familiar with local and state laws that apply to a housing provider's use of criminal histories. For more information on use of...
All right, so that's that. All right. We'll get into New Jersey's law against discrimination specifically, but I would first like to go over this. This is a little bit older example because I want to teach you how the laws apply when discrimination happens and when a real estate agent is actively discriminating. Here's an actual news story that I found. I've been using this for years. This is kind of old already, but I like this example. It's a news story where I think it's based in South Carolina, one of the Carolinas, where the reporter who's reporting this story was getting married, and him and his fiance were looking for a new place. And he went to this building on his own to start the home search. And he got the idea that this lady, this real estate agent, is practicing discriminatory practices. Now, the lady that he was marrying, she's a Black woman and he's a white man, right? So I looked into the story. None of that is going to be in this video here. I did some research and I found out the skinny behind this. This guy, this reporter, he's a young guy. He's a white guy. His fiance is a Black woman. His college roommate was a Black guy, and he even sends him in to go in separately as undercover person that's just looking to rent or buy a unit, right? And he sends in white people, Black people, mixed couples. He wants to see if she has a pattern of actually doing discrimination and how she talks to people. And then they report it to HUD. They see what HUD does. It shows you the story from beginning to end. So this is going to be a good example of explanation showing you how real estate, and from our perspective as real estate agents, how this affects us and other people. But we're going to do this right after lunch.
Recording in progress.
High rise in Colombia. No African Americans living there. Is there a reason? Good evening and thanks for being with us. I'm J.R. Berry.
And I'm Darcy Strickland. The reason could lie with one real estate agent. A News 19 investigation uncovered what appears to be active discrimination inside a prominent Columbia high-rise.
News 19's Johnny Chappell has been working on this story for months now, and he joins us with the details.
A lot of us here have put a lot of work into this story, and we hope that we can bring some possible good out of it, JR and Darcy. Who has the right to tell you where you can live? In January, I started looking to buy a new home. The very first place I visited, a realtor told me that for 25 years, the building had remained exclusively white. Her comment sparked our investigation, and our investigation has the federal government looking to take action. Looking up from anywhere between 5 Points and downtown, it's hard to miss. 1829 Senate Street, a 30-year-old high-rise, 19 stories of high-end housing. In all, 96 luxury condos. The Heritage, all white on the outside, and there's a woman who may be trying to keep it all white on the inside.
We do not have a mixed neighborhood here.
Ann Bryant is a longtime Heritage resident. She's also a realtor, and she shows just about every property that comes up for sale in the building. After my experience, we sent a team to investigate.
You get 7, that's good. I'm going to take you to see my son's unit first. Okay.
A News 19 employee and her sister told Bryant they wanted to see what was available. Bryant showed them 2 occupied condos before going inside a condo for sale on the 12th floor. At the time, the residence was not on the market. Bryant said she thought it would list for around $170,000.
When I have a listing anymore, I mean, I may not even put it in the computer because it's just... they go like that.
And she said that all prospective clients and their realtors go through her.
I meet people to show in the building. I mean, if it's another agent showing, I meet them.
Bryant went on to indicate that race determines whether she allows a person to see or inquire about purchasing property.
And I'm very careful when I make this statement. We do not have a mixed neighborhood here. And I think that is because we try to be careful and we try to not that nobody dislikes them. I work with them all the time. It's just that they tend to. I'm talking too much. They make a neighborhood go down because they don't take care of their yards. They just take different.
She makes those differences appear black and white.
We do have some Orientals in one of the penthouses. See if nice as they can be.
Those statements marked the 3rd time we had heard Bryant referring to possible discrimination. She said it to me during my visit and to another News 19 employee during a previous trip. We showed the tape to Dudley Gregory, who's with the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development.
That conversation is enough to give me pause and that I would want to look further.
Gregory said Bryant's behavior very likely violates a federal law. Under the Fair Housing Act, a realtor cannot discriminate in 7 protected areas, including race.
The issue is how many people have been to that place that are minorities that have been denied to even come through the door.
Local realtor Shelby King says those licensed in her field must complete class time every 2 years to keep up to date on the Fair Housing Act.
We are reminded about fair housing constantly.
King cites standard clauses in buyers and sellers agreements that deal with the law. She says there are certain things a realtor cannot discuss when showing a property, and that sometimes she's had to steer clear of a client's questions.
And they will usually preface the statement with, I'm not prejudiced, but what's the mix of the neighborhood? And I cannot address that.
So why would Ann Bryant, who's required by her profession to adhere to a federal law, risk losing her license? She agreed to meet us at the Heritage for an interview. You said you show most of the properties here. To the best of your knowledge, have you ever discriminated based on a person's race as to whether or not they can live here?
Anybody can live at the Heritage. We have no discrimination of any kind in the building.
She denied ever talking about race with potential buyers, even after I told her about our investigation. We've had several people come to us and say that you say that this is not a mixed community, that it's only white people are allowed to live here.
No, I've never made that statement to anyone. I would certainly lose my license if I did a thing like that. We do not have a mixed neighborhood here. But I've never made a statement like that.
So here's what's happened as a result of our investigation. Today, Ann Bryant submitted this letter to her employer. She's retiring from real estate effective immediately. To remind her agents and their agents of the importance of this issue, her former employer is requiring each agent to sign a second ethics policy. Also, I've spoken with the president of the Heritage Homeowners Association. His comments: we don't discriminate in any way at all on the issue of why Bryant has been on hand almost every time a prospective buyer looks at a condo for sale in the building. The president said, quote, she is not authorized by the board to show property. After viewing our tape, HUD opened its own investigation. HUD officials have told us their attorneys will be able to make a decision based on the possible violation of federal law very soon. And of course, J.R. and Darcy will keep you posted.
Well, Johnny, has this realtor had any past incidents?
We found out today, yes, she has. In 1997, a couple filed a claim against Bryant's former employer, naming her and her realtor as accusing her of steering. That's a practice referred to right here in the Fair Housing Act. Protected class, what type of housing or location would or would not be appropriate for them, steering them in that direction. Her employer settled that claim, and Bryant had to pay a fine for that offense. So certainly a lot coming out of this story still to come, and we're going to continue to follow it in the next couple of days.
All right, Johnny, thank you.
Sure.
Well, we also contacted the State Realtors Association after our investigation of the Heritage, and this is how they responded to what we uncovered. Realtors adhere to a high standard of integrity and a code of ethics that requires equal access to fair and affordable housing for all, regardless of race, color, religion, sex, handicap, or national origin. They go on to say, as realtors, we deplore and will actively pursue action against any member whose actions run contrary to the federal or state fair housing laws or the Realtor Code of Ethics.
Well, we would like to get your feedback on our investigation of the Heritage. There are two ways you can voice your opinion. You can call us at 647-0299, or you can log on to our website at WLTX.com and click on the Viewer's Voice section. We'll share more on this investigation, including some of the comments we received tonight, with you tomorrow during our 6 o'clock newscast.
So you could see there that even after this lady died, she gave up her license, then she died. The case continued, and her broker was still found that he needed to pay $90,000 fine. So the brokers can still be held liable for something that their agent did, even if he didn't know what was going on. Should he have known? Would be the question to ask, So that's why the broker got fined for that still. Actions that his agents did. So this was a pretty good example to show of a full story of what goes on, what happens when a complaint is filed, what happens from beginning to end. I thought that was a pretty good example to show. Even though it's a little bit older, it still shows, how a broker also can be held liable for something that their agents do that's wrong. She was dead. She's not even around anymore. You have to pay a $90,000 fine. Okay. So, a person who believes illegal, here, let's continue highlighting this on 73. Person who believes illegal discrimination occurred, how long do they have to file a complaint under federal law? 1 year. Unless they want to make a federal case out of it, heard in federal court, then it's 2 years, right? HUD is the one that investigates the discrimination suits or discrimination complaints. And this word you need to know. For some reason, they always ask it on state exam. You need to know what an injunction is. An injunction is when a judge orders somebody to do something, to take action or to refrain from taking action. Like if a landlord is discriminating and refuses to rent to somebody, a judge could order them to rent to them, or if they're harassing them, they could order them to stop harassing them. An injunction is anytime a judge orders somebody to take action or refrain from taking action. So there, highlight that, add it to your notes. Now, you do not need to know the violations, the penalties for violating the federal anti-discriminatory laws. I don't know how you would remember them because the numbers are so wacky. Look at this, $24,793 for a first violation, $61,982 for a second, and $123,315 for further violations within 7 years. They're not going to expect you to memorize those numbers. Don't worry about them. The However, the penalties for violating New Jersey law against discrimination, which we didn't go over yet, you do need to know. But they're easier to remember because they're even numbers. Okay. So you guys have these down? You guys got all this highlighted? Injunction, HUD investigates. Who do you file a complaint with for discrimination for the federal law? HUD. All right. So the federal laws, the Civil Rights Act of 1866, as well as the Fair Housing Act of 1968, HUD enforces those anti-discriminatory laws. You file complaints with them. You have 1 year to file a complaint, or if you want to have it heard in federal court, there's up to 2 years, the statute of limitations on that, to have it heard in federal court. An injunction is when a judge orders someone to do something, to take action, or refrain from taking action. And now here's what we need to know about the LAD. The LAD is the New Jersey. New Jersey is not going to be outdone by any federal laws. We're going to create our own laws here. Remember, we have our state is the nanny state. We create laws about everything. So who cares if there's federal laws? We're going to make our own. And New Jersey has the LAD, the Law Against Discrimination is what that stands for. And it covers all real estate. So what kind of property does the LAD, New Jersey's LAD, cover? All real estate, residential or commercial. Does it cover personal property? No, it's only for residential property. So we have the Federal Civil Rights Act of 1866. What kind of property does that cover? All property, because that's what happened back then. That's when Lincoln freed the slaves. He says that everybody should have equal rights to own personal property or real estate. That covers all real estate. And then the Federal Fair Housing Act that was passed in 1968 only deals with housing. That's residential property. And then we have the New Jersey LAD, Law Against Discrimination, which deals with all real estate, both commercial or residential. And complaints are filed and it's enforced by the State Attorney General's office. The Attorney General, if you guys don't recall, that's the highest law enforcement officer in the land. Every state has an Attorney General's office, and the country itself has an Attorney General. There's 180 days or 6 months to file a complaint. That's the statute of limitations under New Jersey law. Anybody that interferes with the investigation can be subject to up to a $500 fine and 1 year in prison. The Attorney General's memorandum, okay, Attorney General, who is that? Highest law enforcement officer in New Jersey. A memorandum is a fancy word for notice. So this is a notice coming from the Attorney General's office, the highest law enforcement officer in the land. This document.
Is this on page 74 or 74?
Well, the Attorney General's notice. Let me see, 73. Let me take a look here. I'm not even on that page.
It's okay. I can just copy it.
Well, the LAD is spread out over the next couple pages. It's not like one line. There's no one liner.
Okay.
We're actually going to go over and read the LAD, which is from page 79. I'm sorry, we're going to read the Attorney General's memorandum, which is from page 79 to 83. Okay.
Okay.
So the Attorney General's memorandum is a disclosure about New Jersey's law against discrimination. And it must be given to property owners at the time we get a listing. Okay. You have to refuse a listing from property owners who indicate that they have an intention to discriminate. You don't explain to them that discrimination is wrong and all that stuff and hope they see the light. If somebody indicates that they plan on discriminating, what do? Refuse the listing. Okay, that's a question on exams. what document do you give to property owners at the time you get a listing about discrimination?
Attorney General memorandum.
Correct. You don't give them the LAD. The LAD is the law against discrimination. You're not giving them the law, you're giving them the document, the Attorney General's memorandum, which talks about the law, right? So how long does somebody have to file a complaint under New Jersey's law against discrimination?
1 year.
No. 6 months or 180 days. Okay, see it? This is why I put everything in one little thing here on this slide. So that, because in the book it's peppered all over the place. So I got it all together here for you. This is everything you need to know about the LAD. And here's also the fines, up to $10,000 for a first offense, up to $25,000 for a second offense, and up to $50,000 for further violations. So what are the penalties for violating the LAD? Up to 10, 25, 50. 10, 25, 50. Easier to remember than those other numbers under federal law, right? That's why we're not required to remember them. But for New Jersey, 10, 25, 50, you can remember that. 6 months is the statute of limitations, 180 days to file a complaint for violations of the LAD. For the federal law, it's 1 year, or 2 years if you want to make a federal case out of it and have it heard in federal court. Okay. I just want you guys to know the distinction, because I remember when I was in your place studying this stuff, I was studying, I wrote down the LAD and I gave myself a definition, and the Attorney General's memorandum, I gave myself a definition. And then when I'm studying them, I'm like, oh my God, what's the difference? The LAD and the Attorney General's memorandum, it seems like it's the same thing. Well, the LAD is the law. You don't give people the law, you give them the document, the Attorney General's memorandum, which talks about the law. That's the difference. The LAD is the law. The Attorney General's memorandum is the document that talks about the law. So your notes don't get all twisted and you don't get all confused. I remember I was studying this because on exams, you may get a question and they may have the LAD as, what document do you give to property owners at the time of listing, and you could have the LAD up there as an answer, or the Attorney General's memorandum, and I'm pretty sure I put down the wrong answer. I put down the LAD, and I couldn't figure out what's the difference between the LAD and the Attorney General's memorandum. And then, well, eureka, I finally hit it. The Attorney General's memorandum is the document and the LAD is the law. You don't give people the law, you give them the document about the law. So you don't get it wrong on exams. I just wanted to spend a second on that, clarifying that, repeating it a little bit. All right. Everybody got this that wanted it? Okay. In case you didn't know, you can't use threats or acts of violence to get people to move or to buy something. If you do have somebody that is threatening or using acts of violence, report them to your local police and the FBI. Here are the protected classes under New Jersey's law against discrimination. There's more protected classes than federal law, which only has 7 protected classes. Under federal law, there's 7 protected classes. In New Jersey, we have, I don't know if you want to count them all up, race, color, national origin, ancestry, nationality, sex, gender identity or expression, affectional or sexual orientation, marital status, civil union status, domestic partner status, familial status, pregnancy or breastfeeding, actual or perceived mental or physical disability. If you think somebody has a disability, but they don't, guess what? They just became a protected class. Source of lawful income used for mortgage or rental payments, like Section 8 housing choice vouchers, state rental assistance programs, or that the money that comes from the Catholic and Jewish charities in New Jersey called TRA, the Temporary Rental Assistance Program. Or liability for services in the armed forces of the United States. Yes. How sad is it what the hell is going on with our society when we have to make our own people that serve in the military a protected class, because you get these idiots out there that they're against our own military and they discriminate against people who join our military. It's like a bunch of these idiots back when we had people coming back from Vietnam. They were calling them baby killers and spitting on our military when they came back. That now we in New Jersey had to create a special protected class for those who serve us in the armed forces. That's pretty sad day when that happens. It's also illegal to place any advertisements or make any statements or utterances that express directly or indirectly any limitation to offer housing or real estate based on any of those characteristics. Technically, under the Fair Chance in Housing Act, the FCHA, ex-convicts are now referred to as, they soften the language, system-involved people. And they're considered to be a protected class in New Jersey. Can you imagine? They used to call them ex-convicts. Okay, when you are convicted of a crime, you're a convict. You're in jail. You're in prison. You're a convict. When you get out, you're an ex-convict. You're no longer a convict. You're no longer convicted. You're an ex-con, right? But I guess that language is too harsh and negative. So they decided they wanted to soften it up, and they invented this new term, system-involved people. Oh, I feel so bad for the system-involved people. Who are these speech police that come up with these things? They get paid to do this? No. New Jersey. All right, here's a list of the different protected classes that are covered by different laws. If you want to look at it, that's on page, what page is that? 75.
Do we have to remember all that terms in the last slide? No.
What? All of these? No. All the protected classes? No. But for the federal law, you should know the 7 protected classes, though. So under the New Jersey law against discrimination, we have prohibited activities and exceptions like the federal law, like refusing to sell, rent, lease, assign, or sublease as a means of discrimination. You as licensees refusing to offer property or negotiate transactions to discriminate or lying about the availability of property to people. Changing terms of real estate transactions or offering special facilities or services to any person or group as a means of discrimination. Being involved with any expression directly or indirectly, or placing limitations based on discrimination. That includes statements, advertisements, publications, signs, rent applications, purchase offers, and records of inquiries. The only exceptions in New Jersey law has to rentals is that it allows rooms, apartments, or flats in certain types of housing to be restricted to members of one sex. Yeah, like college dorms, as an example. But that's pretty interesting that even though this is the law, just think about what's been going on the last couple of years. You have all of this transgender stuff going on, right? The argument of I can be a woman if I say that I'm a woman. Okay. Now, how does that apply? Well, remember, that twists this all up all on its head, because that's more of a concept than actual fact. Like if you say you're a woman, it doesn't make you a woman, right? It's just there's a difference between sex and gender. You guys know what the difference is between sex and gender? I don't know how you're being taught it these days. In the past, when you go to a doctor and you fill out the application, the intake form, in the past, it always asked, what is your sex? Now, sometime in the 70s, it changed to gender. They don't ask your sex, they ask your gender. And the history of this is long and sordid. There was actually a professor on one of these college campuses who started writing books and he was kind of like he liked to write books about hot button topics and push the envelope on stuff. So he said, well, gender is it's more of a frame of mind. Okay, it's whatever you want, right? So gender, you have male, you have female. Since then, it got really crazy just over the last couple of years, where you got people that are saying, well, there's an unlimited number of genders. You could be a furry. That's somebody who thinks they're an animal or a cat, all kinds of weird stuff like that, which really just all it does is it enables psychological issues in people instead of slapping them down to reality. But we live in New Jersey, a very liberal state. Our, what is the department here? Our New Jersey Division of Civil Rights, they got nothing to do but sit around all day and come up with new ways and concepts of discrimination to get protected classes and redraft these laws all the time. So even though our law says, we have housing that can be restricted based on members of one sex, but who's to say well, sex is male or female. But these days they replace the word sex a lot with gender. And gender is just it could be an ideology. It could be it's whatever you want it to be. This is why they mix things up. Gender has nothing to do with your physical attributes. It's mental. Okay. So that's why these arguments often get heated, because people talk past each other because they don't know the difference. What is sex and what is gender? But the arguments often really cause real problems, because the bathrooms are based not on sex, but on gender, it gets really weird. Religious-based organizations to discriminate on the basis of religion, and owner-occupant to discriminate except for race in the rental of a duplex or over-under of a two-family dwelling. And note that these exemptions are similar to those available under the federal housing law, except New Jersey law does not contain a federal exemption for homeowners selling their own homes or if there's a broker involved or not. There's never an exception for race because it always falls back on the Civil Rights Act of 1866. Right? I put together this little graphic for you. It makes it easy to understand what kind of property is covered by which law. Civil Rights Act of 1866 covers all property, personal and real estate, residential or commercial. Fair Housing Act does not cover personal property. It only covers residential real estate. Got the word housing in it. Doesn't cover commercial. And the New Jersey law against discrimination doesn't cover personal property, but it does cover all real estate, residential and commercial. Okay? So you got a quick at a glance. You may want to snap a picture of this. There's no graphic like this in the book. This is a graphic I just put up so that you guys can see at a glance what type of property is covered by which laws. Good. Blockbusting and record keeping. The Real Estate Commission requires brokerages soliciting listings for more than 3 homeowners on a block. It's actually on a street, not a single block, but on a street, during a single month, whether by mail, phone, or door-to-door canvassing, to keep permanent records of the activities for at least a year. Because if you get 3 or more listings from a block or a street, they want to make sure you're not engaging in blockbusting activities. So what was the script that you said? What was the conversation or the mailing piece or the brochure or whatever you used to try to get the listing? And then New Jersey also has their own equal housing poster, but failure to display it doesn't make you automatically guilty of discrimination like the federal equal housing opportunity poster does. Failure to display the New Jersey poster is punishable by $100 fine or more. It doesn't make you automatically guilty of a crime of discrimination. Okay. It's on page 76, and I believe this is as well. Okay, so this is New Jersey's equal housing poster, or one version of it that they that you could have on that they have on their a site that we need to display. Otherwise, it's a minimum of $100 fine. Come on. That's the poster right there. Okay. And if we read over this poster, you know, they talk about the LAD prohibits harassment based on actual or perceived race, religion, national origin, sex, gender identity, expression, all that stuff. Okay. Anti-discrimination provisions. The LAD prohibits bias-based harassment, that's sexual harassment. The LAD prohibits retaliation. And New Jersey Division of Civil Rights enforces the LAD and is tasked with preventing and eliminating discrimination and bias-based harassment. Okay. Well, that's the Office of the Attorney General's Division of Civil Rights. Okay. Let's highlight this on page 78. Remember, I had the one slide that had all the information you need to know about the LAD? Well, here it is that we could highlight it now on page 78. You were asking about this, Gladys. Where was that at? Here, page 78. You have 180 days to file a complaint with the Attorney General's office, who investigates. Fines are $10,000 up to $10,000, 25 and 50. Complaints brought under the LAD are filed at any of the offices of the Attorney General. And we have the Fair Chance in Housing Act, where if you ignore that, you could have fines up to $1,000 for first offense, $5,000 for second, and $10,000 for more. So since that's fairly new, I'm assuming that they may have questions about that on the state exam. Okay. Everybody got those? Everybody got these, or anybody still taking notes here? Continuing on page 78, under at the bottom of the page, notice that listing. The Attorney General's memorandum has to be given to the owner at the time the property is listed. And salespeople and brokers must refuse listings from owners who indicate they have an intent to violate the LAD. Okay. All right, now let's go over the actual Attorney General's memorandum. This is the document that we give to property owners at the time we get a listing. Look, it says to property owners. That's who it goes to. Who's it coming from? The Attorney General's office. And what's it about? Housing discrimination laws. Okay. I have a copy of this. You have this version here in the book too. This is the same version in this book now. It's got an updated version, but they added this Fair Chance in Housing Act. That's the same version that you have here in this book. So here is that Attorney General's memorandum link with the Fair Chance in Housing Act. All right, so New Jersey Real Estate Commission requires every licensed broker and salesperson with whom you list your property to give you a copy of this notice. All right, so hold on a sec here. All right, so the New Jersey Real Estate Commission requires, once again, let's start all over here. This is the Attorney General's memorandum. The Attorney General is the highest law enforcement officer in the state. The memorandum is another word for notice. This is a notice coming from the highest law enforcement officer in the state, the Attorney General, about New Jersey's law against discrimination. You do not give people the law against discrimination. You give them the document, the memorandum coming from the highest law enforcement officer, the Attorney General, about it goes to property owners. So you give this document only to property owners, all properties, residential or commercial, it's required. The LAD, New Jersey Law Against Discrimination, covers all kinds of property, residential and commercial, not personal property, just all real estate. So the New Jersey Real Estate Commission requires every licensed broker or salesperson who you list your property with to give you a copy of this notice. Purpose is to help you comply with New Jersey's law against discrimination, as well as New Jersey's Fair Chance in Housing Act, which went into effect January 1, 2022. Under the LAD, it's illegal to discriminate against a prospective or current buyer or tenant because of, now they're going to go over all the protected classes here in New Jersey, your actual or perceived race, religion, national origin, nationality, ancestry, pregnancy or breastfeeding, sex, gender identity or expression, sexual orientation, familial status, which is defined as having care or custody of a child under the age of 18 or being pregnant, disability, liability for services in the armed forces of the United States, marital status, civil union status, or domestic partnership status. It's also illegal to discriminate against a prospective or current buyer or tenant because of any source of lawful income to be used for rental or mortgage payments. And it's illegal to make, print, or publish any statement including advertisements and online postings expressing any preference, limitation, or discrimination based on any of these protected characteristics. So the LAD applies to a wide range of activities in advertising, selling, renting, or leasing, subletting, assigning, or showing property, including open land. And here's some issues that often come up with the LAD. So, you know, years ago when I got started, they gave no examples. They just said, hey, these are the protected classes. You can't discriminate. That's it. Or I forget if they actually said the protected classes or if they just said that you can't discriminate against any of the protected classes. But now they list who all the protected classes are. And now they give frequent issues that pop up. This is good because in the past, I've come across issues with people, landlords and such, and they were going to discriminate. And I was telling them that they can't do this because that's considered discrimination. And they were like, you're going to say anything you want because you just want to get a sale. But now they have these examples in here, which I like. So the prohibition of discrimination based on source of lawful income. It basically means that you cannot discriminate on someone based on where their source of lawful income is coming from, whether it's their job or if they're getting some sort of rental subsidies from the state or federal government, like Section 8 housing choice vouchers, COVID-19 emergency rental assistance programs, state rental assistance programs, TRA, eviction prevention program, unemployment benefits, child support, alimony, or supplemental Social Security income. Okay, you can discriminate based on unlawful source of income, if it's coming from drug dealing or prostitution or things of that nature. But a housing provider cannot advertise a property in any way that discriminates based on the source of lawful income, including by posting advertisements that state directly or indirectly a refusal to accept or express any limitation on vouchers or subsidies. For example, ads can't say no Section 8 or TRA not accepted, or this property is not approved for Section 8. Those violate the LAD because your property can easily get approved for Section 8. Trust me, their standards are not that high. In addition, housing providers must calculate any minimum income requirement, financial standard, or income standard based only on the portion of the rent to be paid by the tenant rather than the entire rental amount. So you can't look at the person's income and be like, no, you can't rent here because you don't make enough money to pay the rent. If they're getting subsidies as well, you only need to count and make sure they have enough money from their income. But you also need to calculate the subsidy that they're getting, okay, to see if they could really afford it. Now, the LAD prohibits bias-based harassment in housing, including sexual harassment. If a tenant's being subjected to bias-based harassment, that creates a hostile environment. And if the housing provider knew or should have known about it, the housing provider must take reasonable steps to stop it. See, in the past, we would say, if you're a landlord, you say, call the cops. I'm not a babysitter. What do you want me to do? You're getting harassed by another tenant, file a complaint, call the police. New Jersey, though, even though they say you can't do criminal background checks on people because that makes you racist, right? Because you're now relying on a criminal justice system who's inherently racist, and you're relying on their criminal history, which was not applied to white people and people of color evenly. So therefore, that makes you racist if you rely on their criminal background checks. Okay, so you can't do criminal background checks on people, but yet you're still responsible for people who act in a criminal way. So you trying to filter out people by doing criminal background checks and not renting to them, that's not allowed. but you're still responsible as a landlord for people who act out. All right. So this includes harassment by other tenants or by the housing providers, agents, or employees. A quid pro quo sexual harassment is where a building superintendent demands sex or sexual favors as a condition for making necessary repairs or helping you with your getting your financing for your housing subsidies, things of that nature. That's what a quid pro quo. I'm going to do this for you if you do that for me. Okay, but in this way, it's talking about sexual favors. And here's a landlord that got in trouble for this in Elizabeth. In the Elmora section of Elizabeth, he owns all these different apartment buildings here and more. But yet the guy harassed tenants and prospective tenants sexually. Okay. I actually know a girl that lives in this building, and I remember I used to hang out with her when I was much younger, and I remember her. You know, I'm honking a horn, talking to her on the phone, waiting for her to get out, and she's like, "Oh, the freaking landlord is such a pervert. He got me in a hallway and he wouldn't let me go. He's now I know what was happening." You know, so federal authorities have filed a lawsuit against this landlord who rented to low-income residents, demanding sex from residents on multiple occasions in exchange for assistance. So the sexual harassment complaint filed by the Department of Justice in Newark named Joseph Santani, who authorities say owns numerous properties in and around the city of Elizabeth, ranged in size from 4 to 100 units. And he receives about $102,000 every single month from federal housing choice voucher programs in Section 8. That doesn't include the additional rent that he's getting from other units. You figure a guy with that much bank doesn't have to be sexually harassing people to get a girlfriend. You know, geez, come on, guy, what's up with that? The lawsuit alleges that since at least 2005 until last year, Santani engaged in severe or pervasive sexual harassment that included demanding oral sex in exchange for helping residents stay in their housing or to receive their rental assistance. Authorities also allege that he threatened to evict tenants who rejected his advances and demanded sexual favors from prospective tenants. Can you imagine? You're only looking at an apartment thinking about moving in, and the guy's sexually harassing you. Wow. So here's just a bunch of his properties that he owns. So this stuff does go on. This does happen. You may think that's insane, but all right. How about this one? This one's a wacky story, and I want your advice on it. What do you think? I wrote my notes here that while it's disgusting and understandable to be uncomfortable living there, knowing things like this are happening, if a landlord's employee enters your apartment and then masturbates in your fiance's panties, does that constitute a crime or sexual harassment? What do you think? Because that's what this video is about. Has the landlord's employee sexually harassed anyone? Did he have the legal right to enter their apartment? I mean, if nobody's home and he's doing this nasty, disgusting stuff, was anybody actually sexually harassed? I'll tell you, the answer is no. But did he have a right to be there in the apartment to begin with? That's another story. Can a landlord or their workers just use their pass key to enter your apartment at any time? No, they can't. Not without your prior permission or in cases of emergencies like gas leaks or floods. Otherwise, it is breaking and entering, and you can file criminal charges against them. It's called, it's a trespass complaint that could be filed by the tenant with the local police under New Jersey Criminal Code for defiant trespass. New Jersey Statutes 2A:39-6. Okay, you could find that out in the Truth in Renting booklet. If anybody's here, are you renters? Anybody here a renter versus an owner? Are you a renters? Any renters? Here, if you are a renter, I'm going to give you this. The Truth in Renting booklet is available on New Jersey's website, various sites, but the Department of Community Affairs website. Let's look at what happened here.
Top story tonight, a Hoboken couple says their privacy was violated. Their bedroom security camera caught a maintenance worker going through their things.
But it's what they touched that has them still uneasy. News 12 New Jersey's Erica Such joining us in the newsroom with more on this story. Erica.
The couple tells us they purchased this security camera to just watch out when anyone was in their apartment, but never expected to capture an employee of their building going through their underwear. Take a look.
It said there was a notification for motion, so I checked it.
The Rivington resident Alex Sacchetti says he was at work just a few weeks ago when his security camera in his bedroom captured moments a maintenance worker did something out of the ordinary.
I started watching, and the man was, going towards the dresser. I was like, wow, that's strange. And then he opened it. He was going through my fiance's underwear. And, after I watched the entire event, there was potentially other lewd acts that took place, but mainly just going through my entire apartment.
The worker is seen checking the bedroom door, closing it, and turning off the lights before going into the corner of the room, blocked by pillows on the camera.
Yes, he had to
Sacchetti
set
says
the
he
mood.
quickly called management and alerted them. That's when this moment shows the man looking at the camera when he answers his radio call to leave the unit.
It was pretty much your whole privacy is violated.
Sacchetti says his fiance has been so upset by the situation, she's staying elsewhere for now. They filed a report with Hoboken police, but were told this.
He had the right to be in here, and apparently anything that took place is not a crime.
The two have been back in.
He should have asked to speak to a supervisor, because there's no reason for that guy to be in their apartment without prior notice or an emergency. And when he is in the apartment, he has no right to be going through their personal belongings like their underwear drawer or doing nasty things to them either. If this guy knew his rights, he seems like he's a very mild-mannered renter there. But if he read his Truth in Renting booklet, which he should have gotten, being in this apartment building, he would know about the defiant trespass rule.
Forth with Equity Apartments, who owns the complex, but says their responses have been lacking empathy.
There's been some outreach from some sort of manager or something, I'm not exactly sure. But as far as oversight or, hey, so sorry this happened to you, none of that.
And while this situation still leaves him uneasy, Sacchetti says it's a warning for others.
People here or elsewhere that have buildings should just have some sort of surveillance to fall back on.
And the couple tells us they're hoping to switch apartments in the near future. We did reach out to Equity Apartments for comment, but did not hear back. In the newsroom, Erica Such, News 12, New Jersey.
Wow. I wouldn't want to just switch apartments. I'd want that guy fired, right? As long as he's got pass keys to enter people's apartments. What do you think? What would you do if you caught that guy?
That is a good cause to break the lease.
I would assume it would be, but I mean the landlord. You never know. You got to take that to court to find out. But the landlord does not have a reason to be entering your apartment like that. I would assume that would be a good enough reason to break the lease, But it really depends on the landlord-tenant court and the judge in your area, You'd be better off trying to file a defiant trespass complaint against that worker who used their pass key to enter your apartment, because that is breaking an entry, and then file a criminal complaint against them. That's your best idea. This guy went to the police, and the police like, oh, there's nothing we could do. It's, they have the right to be in the apartment. Right there, I would have stopped that because that cop didn't know what the hell they were talking about. I would have said, I'd like to speak to your supervisor, because obviously you have no clue. I'd be fuming. And you could pull out that Truth in Renting booklet, and it tells you right there that they're not allowed to be in there without your permission or only for emergencies. Otherwise, you could file a complaint under New Jersey statutes here, 2A 39-6, for defiant trespass. It's breaking an entry, you know? I'd be mad. I'd be mad at that. Look, I had a friend that I helped them, two friends actually. They ended up getting engaged and married. And then they were looking to get out of their rental so that they could buy a house. The landlord wouldn't let them get out of the rental early because they were selling the house. They sold the house. They got the new owner there. The new owner was they had to wait until their lease expired because the new owner didn't want to let them out of the lease before they go through with their purchase on their new home. But in the meantime, while we're searching for that new home, he's like, "We got to get the hell out of here." My friend and his wife, they were both like, "Yeah, we got to get the hell out of here." They're like, "You know what happened? She was actually taking a shower. She came out of the shower, wrapped in her towel, walked into her own living room. The landlord was standing in her living room. She just came out of the shower. She only got a towel on. He's standing inside of her living room. She starts screaming at him, "What the hell are you doing in my apartment? Get out of here." He's like, "This is my house. I can be wherever I want." That's the attitude. They were like, "Yeah, this guy's a foreigner that bought the house, and he thinks he's still living in his country because that's the attitude that he's got. He's coming in there saying, 'This is my house. I could be wherever I want. I could do whatever I want.'" He's not, I guess, accustomed to our laws yet, having that kind of attitude. And then they had a 2-car garage, but that 2-car garage was open. But the one side of the garage was theirs. The other one was for the other apartment. They got boxes and stuff over there. They set up security cameras. They caught the landlord going through their boxes and their stuff. "It's my house. I could go through whatever I want. It's in my house." You can't. But this is the kind of crap that some landlords and people think they could do whatever they want. So housing providers must make reasonable accommodation for tenants with disabilities, unless doing so would be an undue burden on their operations. For example, if a tenant shows they have a disability and keeping an emotional support animal is necessary to afford them equal opportunity to use the property, the housing provider must permit the emotional support animal even despite having a no pets policy, unless they could show that doing so would cause an undue burden on them. A no pets rule can also not be enforced against a person with a disability who has a need for a service or guide animal. A landlord may also not charge a tenant with a disability an extra fee for keeping a service or guide animal. All right. We already seen a couple of videos there about the service and guide animals. And here's another one that I have for you. I just got.
Individuals with disabilities may use service animals for a variety of reasons.
Well, it needs to be a dog or a miniature horse, and it is an animal that performs tasks or does some kind of work for a person with a disability. So the service animal is basically an extension of the person. They need that animal in order to be a functioning member of society. So any place that they're allowed to be in public, their animal is allowed to be.
Tasks performed can include, among other things, guiding people who are blind, alerting people who are deaf, pulling a wheelchair, and calming a person with post-traumatic stress disorder during an anxiety attack.
My name is Jessica St. John, and this is my service dog, Victor.
Victor provides me
Victor.
with a better quality of life by being with me at certain times when I might feel uncomfortable.
Jessica, a military veteran and teacher, has her service animal by her side everywhere she goes.
Well, Victor goes everywhere. So he's here at work with me, the grocery store. He's with me in my basic routine, so everywhere I go.
A service animal must be allowed to accompany its handler to any place where members of the public are allowed. Denying that right would be discrimination.
A person doesn't ask for and can't change the fact that they have a disability. Basically, discrimination would be treating somebody worse than somebody else on the basis of the fact that they had a disability.
While it's up to a business whether or not they allow pets, a no pets policy would not apply to service animals because they are protected under the American with Disabilities Act.
Well, service animals aren't pets, so a no pet policy doesn't apply. Service animals are allowed anywhere any customer or patron of the business is allowed.
When someone with a service animal enters a business, employees can only ask these two questions to help distinguish a pet from a service animal.
They can ask if the animal is required because of a disability. Also, they can ask what task or work that the animal has been trained to perform.
One common misconception is that the owner should have certification or documentation that the service animal has been trained. This is not required. In fact, there are many online companies who sell fake certificates.
These online certification places are at best unnecessary and at worst a scam.
And so many people get a fake ID online, and they see all these service dog animal registry websites where they pay for something that's illegitimate, but then, you know, as soon as a business owner sees that, they think, oh yeah, that's what they have to have. So that's super misleading.
The ADA requires that a service animal must be harnessed, leashed, or tethered, unless these devices interfere with the service the dog performs, or the individual's disability prevents using these devices. You'll often see service animals wearing a labeled vest, but this is not a requirement. It's also very important that you interact with service animals differently than you would a pet.
Well, a pet is different than a service animal because the service animal mitigates a disability. So he's not used for just general, oh, let's pet him, let everyone else pet him. He has a specific job to do. So that's why it's important to not ask to pet and not give the dog attention because he's doing a job.
Remember, service animals make it possible for people with disabilities to live more independently. Treat them with the same respect and dignity as you would any other person.
The service animal is there to allow its owner to participate fully in life, and that's what everybody else is doing. So the person with the animal should just be treated like everybody else.
Check out these resources for more information on the rights of service animals.
All right, so that was a nice little video that encompassed everything that I pretty much explained to you, and did it in a short period of time. So I'm going to start integrating that into the class as a good example. You know, I showed you also videos of examples of people with, you know, being helped by the service animals and how they, you know, do their tasks. You know, I've got a couple more of those, but we don't really need to show them now. We got the point of it. We got the gist of it, of how the service animals help people.
Was this the video you were looking for before?
No, this is one that I just found during lunch break. Actually, most of my lunch break, I was on the computer still. So, yeah, I found a couple additional videos that I had in my notes, and then I downloaded them. And that was one of them. Now the video I was looking for earlier was the one that somebody found, and we showed it online with the news. Which one was it? That's that one where that lady had the in the supermarket. She was training her service animal, and and then she had a seizure. Let's see. Yeah, that was this one.
Right after suffering a seizure in a grocery store in Winston-Salem.
Her service dog got a...
You cannot train a dog to alert to seizures. They either detect it or they don't.
Amber Laudacina was at Harris Teeter in Winston-Salem recording this video of a training session with her dog, Coda. After a few minutes of training, Coda barks and then lies down, ignoring Amber's training commands.
When I have my pseudo seizures, it's not epileptic. So I actually don't know when they're coming on. I can't feel it when it's coming on. You can see in the video where you'll start to recognize I'm dazing off. I'm starting to lose mobility. I start to lose my ability to speak.
Amber tried to continue with the training until she says she realized she felt a bit off and she takes a seat. Coda stays with Amber as people pass by. And that's when the store's assistant manager walks up to help.
The employees typically don't, sit with me or anything like that. They tend to just stand around and wait for EMTs to arrive. She pulled out all the stops. For as long as I have had service dogs and as long as I have actually been sick, I have never experienced someone take on a situation like she did.
The assistant manager stayed with Amber as EMS came to check on her. Thankfully, she didn't need to go to the hospital. And Amber says she hopes her experience encourages people to be compassionate.
Yeah, that's that was the video that I was looking for earlier. But I actually had one that wasn't from the news. It was just the video that she filmed of herself training him. And then she goes in this whole process. It was actually longer than this one, but that's good. The news just cut it out and cut it short and got straight to the point of it, All right. It's an interesting topic. I'm actually going to make a CE class about it. Let's see. Housing providers must make reasonable accommodations for tenants with disabilities. Okay, we already did that, and we already read about the no pets rule. They can't charge a tenant with a disability an extra fee for keeping a service or guide animal either. Now, landlords must permit a tenant with a disability at the tenant's own expense to make reasonable modifications to the premises if those modifications are needed for that tenant to fully enjoy the dwelling and to have an equal opportunity to use the dwelling fully. Okay. So like putting in a ramp or a wider door to accommodate a wheelchair. Now, can the landlord require the tenant to remove it when they leave? What do you think?
Yes.
It depends. It depends on if that modification will cause a future tenant not to fully enjoy the premises. They could require them to remove a ramp because they could be big and gaudy and take up a lot of space too. But could they require them to put the narrow door back in? No. That's not going to cause a problem for future tenants. Future tenants will probably like it because it's easier to get your furniture in and out of the apartment, right? Instead of having to turn it at weird angles, trying to wedge it through the door, right? Now, the LAD prohibits discrimination based on familial status. Oh, by the way, at whose expense is the person with the disability allowed to make those modifications? At the expense of the person with the disability. They got to pay for it. Okay. Now, the LAD prohibits discrimination based on familial status. That's having children under the age of 18 or pregnant women. Landlords similarly cannot use unreasonable occupancy restrictions to prevent families with children from moving in. This is the one that I had an experience with. I had a couple. They were looking to rent. An apartment until they could save up enough money to buy a house. So they were just looking for more money so they needed a couple more years to save up money for the deposit and closing costs and such. So I was helping them, and I found them a condo that was for rent in Roselle Park. And the town of Roselle Park has a municipal code that says no more than 2 occupants per bedroom. That's the city code. So there was the husband and wife. They had 2 little children, and she was clearly pregnant. So we had to meet the landlord to let us in to get in. There was no lockbox or anything like that. Landlord came, let us in, and he pulls me off to the side, and he's like, "I'm not renting to them. And I was like, lower your voice. What are you talking about? He's like, I'm not renting to them. I'm not going to get in trouble for renting to too many people. I was like, what are you talking about? He's like, she's going to pop any day now, and I'm not going to get in trouble for renting to too many people. The town only allows 2 occupants per bedroom. There's already 4 of them, and she's going to pop any day now. He kept saying it like that. She's going to pop any day now. Okay. I was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. I was like, first of all, lower your voice so that they don't hear you. I said, if you don't rent to them because she's pregnant, I was like, that's discrimination. Your agent should have explained that to you. I was like, I said, you're not going to get in trouble with the city for renting to too many people because you rent to somebody who's pregnant and they have a baby. He's like, yeah, you're going to say anything you want. You just want a commission. I was like, all right, you know what? I'm not going to sit here explaining it to you. I represent them. If you mention this one more time, they're going to hit you with a lawsuit, with a discrimination lawsuit so fast it's going to make your head spin. You know, I said, I highly suggest before you say another word about this, you consult with your own attorney. I mean, it doesn't make sense why the city's not going to come after someone because they have a baby. You know, think about it. It doesn't make sense. So I said, you better talk to your attorney before you say anything else. And my clients liked it and they wanted to rent it. So now where was he at? You know, he actually did reach out to his attorney, and his attorney told him, first of all, that child is not here yet. It's in her belly. It's not born yet, right? Second of all, once that child is born, you cannot consider an infant an occupant until they reach 24 months of age. Apparently, that's a law in New Jersey. So they're allowed to live there after the baby's delivered for 2 years before the city would consider them an occupant, you renting to too many people. So as long as they're living there and they know that they can only live there for 2 years, that's fine. You know, and they just looking to save up some money so they could put a down payment and buy their new house, you know? So they ended up renting over there. But I couldn't believe how the landlord was talking to me. You see her belly? She's going to pop any day now. That's the way he said it. So the LAD prohibits discriminate, but you know, if it had this common issues and explanations on this Attorney General's memorandum back then, I could have just pointed it out to him, you know, but they didn't. Okay, selectively inquiring about or requesting about somebody's documentation of a prospective tenant or buyer's immigration or citizenship status because the person's actual or perceived national origin, race, or ethnicity, or otherwise discriminating on that basis is a violation of the LAD. Yeah, you know, we're a melting pot here. We got people from around the world that are citizens. You know, they were born in a different country. They're citizens here now. You know, you can't just automatically assume by looking at somebody because they have an accent or they look different than you that they're here illegally. Not that it matters now in New Jersey anyway. New Jersey passed that state law about undocumented people that are here illegally, being able to have jobs and not be, I guess, the laws don't apply here or aren't enforced here in New Jersey. Okay, now that doesn't stop ICE, for example, from coming in and enforcing the federal laws because the state law enforcement won't do it. Okay, so just keep that in mind. Even though New Jersey has passed laws, their own laws, saying that they're not going to enforce, immigration, immigration laws here, doesn't mean that it's legal. You know, you still have federal authorities that could come in and enforce the laws, which you see them doing that all over the place. Now, as explained in the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development's April 2016 guidance document, that's based off of that report that happened during President Obama's presidency. He appointed somebody to HUD to make that head count in prisons and then segregate people based off of their race to come up with a report, which they were going to use that as the basis for then these later documents and analyzation of that report as the evidence to say that the criminal justice system is racist. Okay, so that's what they're talking about here. The development's April 2016 guidance document, because of widespread racial and ethnic disparities in the criminal justice system, blanket policies that make all individuals with any prior arrest or criminal conviction ineligible to rent violate both the LAD and the Federal Fair Housing Act because they have a disparate impact based on race or national origin and are not supported by legitimate business necessity. That's a mouthful. Okay, I guess they're twisting it a lot. They're twisting the facts and the rules to support whatever agenda they have for whatever reason. I don't know why you would want to make criminals a protected class and then try to spin it into it being a racial issue. But that's what they've done. And housing providers may not use criminal history as a pretext for intentionally discriminating. Yeah, of course, you can't. If you can do criminal background checks, you do them on everybody. You don't do it on a black person, but not a white person, because that is outright racist. If you're going to do them, you do them across the board to everybody. Okay. All right. Oh, sorry, muted myself, moving the Zoom controls around. Can you guys hear me now? Okay. So here are the penalties. If you commit a discriminatory housing practice that violates the LAD, you can be subject to up to a $10,000 fine for a first offense, not exceeding $25,000 for second violation, and up to $50,000 for 2 or more violations within 7 years. Now, victims of discrimination can recover economic damages related to discrimination, like if a landlord refused to rent to them, so they had to go somewhere else to get a rental and pay a higher rent somewhere else. Courts could require that landlord that denied this tenant the rental to pay the difference in the rent that person that was discriminated against now has to pay elsewhere, as well as damages for emotional distress, pain, and humiliation. In more egregious cases, a victim can also recover punitive damages. And we, as brokers and salespeople with whom you list your property, must transmit to you every written offer they receive on your property. How soon? How soon do we need to do that?
Within 24 hours.
Yep. And brokers and salespeople are licensed by New Jersey Real Estate Commission, and their activities are subject to the LAD as well as the real estate laws of the state. What are the real estate laws of the state? Title
45:15.
Correct. New Jersey statutes, Title 45, Chapter 15. And the Real Estate Commission's own rules and regulations, which are
11:5.
Title 11, Chapter 5, also known as the Administrative Code. Correct. And the broker or salesperson must refuse your listing if you indicate an intent to discriminate on the basis of prohibited by the law, by the LAD. Okay. And New Jersey, these laws, they apply to all real estate, residential and commercial, including open land. And here are the only exceptions to the LAD. It does not apply to rental of a 1 unit in a 2-family dwelling if the owner occupies the other unit, and the rental of room or rooms in a 1-family owner-occupied dwelling, basically like a rooming house. A religious organization can give preferences to people of the same religion when selling or renting real property. And in certain types of housing designated for older persons, it's not discrimination under the familial status requirement by not allowing children to be there, because it's meant to be housing for older persons. Now let's get into that FCHA a little further again. New Jersey's law that makes criminals a protected class, even though they say specifically, well, that's not what we're doing, but what they explain, it's what they're doing. So The FCHA prohibits housing providers from asking about rental applicants' criminal records on an initial application or otherwise consider an applicant's criminal record in any way until after they've made a conditional housing offer to the applicant. With the limited exception as required under federal law, the goal of the FCHA is to ensure that formerly incarcerated and system-involved people have fair access to housing around the state. Is that the reason? I don't know. Nothing about the FCHA requires landlords or housing providers to consider a person's criminal record in housing. No duh. But what if they want to? If a housing provider does review an applicant's criminal history after a conditional offer, specific restrictions apply. What are those specific restrictions? A housing provider must conduct an individualized analysis of the applicant's criminal record and may only deny housing if withdrawing a conditional offer is necessary to fulfill a substantial, legitimate, and non-discriminatory interest. I'm sure those are legal terms, right? Substantial, legitimate, non-discriminatory. I'm sure there's a legal definition for those. Look at that. Formerly incarcerated and system-involved people. So no longer are they called ex-convicts. They are system-involved. It's cute. Okay, so here's some specific requirements for housing providers under the FCHA. Housing providers are prohibited from asking about the applicant's criminal records until you first made them that conditional offer, right? Except for convictions of drug-related criminal activities for the manufacture or production of methamphetamine on the premises of a federally assisted housing. Whew, that's a mouthful, huh? So what's the exception of when you can not rent to somebody because of their criminal background? Well, if they were arrested for having a meth lab in federally assisted and funded housing. But what if it was in your mom's kitchen? She has a 2-family house with an apartment. She was renting that apartment out to this guy who had a meth lab in her house. Can they be denied rental now? Well, only by your mom. But if they went to somewhere else to get a rental, someone else's house, they cannot be rejected because they were in prison for having a meth lab in somebody's kitchen. Not unless that kitchen was in a federally assisted housing complex. Politicians carving out exceptions for themselves, huh? Or if the applicant is subject to a lifetime registration in the state sex offender registry. Even after a conditional offer, a housing provider may not consider arrest or charges that did not result in criminal conviction, expunged convictions, convictions erased through executive pardon, vacated or legally nullified convictions, juvenile adjudications of delinquency, or sealed records. Well, that's, of course, a given. But so who can you reject? What kind of criminal can you reject from renting your apartment in your house? Somebody who had a meth lab in a federal housing complex? Or,
I'm not even sure.
Okay, well, so far, that's the only person that you could reject. Or one of these folks, or for one of these reasons. Convictions for murder, aggravated sexual assault, kidnapping, arson, human trafficking, sexual assault, or endangering the welfare of a child in violation of New Jersey statutes 2C24-4, section B, subcode 3. But wait, that's only if it was a first-degree indictable offense, or their release from prison for that offense happened within the past 6 years. If it's more than 6 years, you can't consider it. You cannot reject them. Or if it was a second or third degree indictable offense or release from prison for that offense within the past 4 years. If it's more than 4, you can't reject them. or if it was a fourth-degree indictable offense or released from prison for that offense within the past 1 year. If it's more than 1 year, you can't reject them. Now, let me ask you a question. Can you guys identify what the difference is between a first, second, third, or fourth degree crime? Or do you pretty much need a law degree to figure that out? They're making it next to impossible. Yeah, they're making it next to impossible for a landlord to figure out what kind of ex-convict do they have permission not to decide not to rent to. Now, for convictions that can be considered, a housing provider must conduct an individualized analysis where you need to now start collecting evidence against yourself in case somebody wants to complain that you discriminated against them for being a ex-convict. Okay. And that made you a racist. Okay. So you have to take into consideration the nature and severity of their offense and document it. The applicant's age at the time they committed the offense, how recently the offense occurred, any information the applicant provided in their favor since the offense. Yeah, I ain't do it. If the offense happened again or in the future, whether that would impact the safety of the other tenants or the property, and whether the offense happened on or was connected to the property that the applicant had rented or leased before. If they committed that offense there before they went to jail, that's why they went to jail. Now they're coming back to you to rent from you again. Okay. So you have to document those things. So then they say, if the housing provider uses that criminal background check as provided under the FCHA after they make a conditional offer, they cannot accept an application fee before disclosing that fact that you're going to be doing a background check and offering the applicant an opportunity to provide evidence of inaccuracies in their criminal record. See, in the past, landlords were allowed to charge prospective tenants for the fee to do the background check. Apparently here, you can't charge them any fees at all until after you've disclosed to them that you're going to do a background check and allowed them to provide excuses and explanations for any inaccuracies in their criminal record. Other evidence of rehabilitation or mitigating factors that any of that stuff. And then they say this requirement can be fulfilled using the model disclosure statement on the DCR's website found at this link. Okay, you know what this link takes you to? Takes you to the information we saw on the previous page up here. All it does is it shows you this. Convictions for murder, aggravated assault, if it happened as a first degree crime within this time period, or second or third degree within this time period, or fourth degree under this time period. That's what it takes you to. So you still pretty much need an attorney to figure it out for you. They make it sound like it's some kind of an easy way that you could figure it out, but you can't. It just takes you to this. And over here down at the bottom where it says you could go to this model to help you figure it out for documenting the records of how you make your decisions. Once again, it's this thing from the previous page right here. That's all it is. All right. So if the housing provider utilizes, say that now you want to do criminal background checks, but you don't know the difference between a first, second, third, or fourth degree crime, and you don't want to deal with the headache of all this. So you hire a service to do the tenant vetting for you and running the criminal background checks, right? It says, if the housing provider utilizes a vendor or outside person or entity to conduct that criminal record check on your behalf, because you can't make heads or tails of this, so you're going to hire a professional to do it. You still take, they shall take reasonable steps to ensure the vendor or outside person or entity is conducting the criminal record check consistent with the requirements of the FCHA. And the housing provider will be liable under the FCHA for relying on those criminal history records conducted by a vendor or outside person that you hired because you couldn't make heads or tails of it. If they make a mistake, then you're still responsible. How you like them apples? So you can't figure it out. So you hire a professional to do it for you, but yet you could be held liable if you didn't make sure that the vendor did it right. Oh my God. Housing providers are prohibited from discriminating against those with criminal records in any advertisements, notices, or publications. You can't advertise that, hey, we're going to be doing background checks on tenants. You don't want to scare those people away. You want them to come in and then give them the rental and then tell them that you're going to be doing a background check. They also can't require applicants to submit to drug or alcohol testings. Why would they? Well, remember, under federal law, those in drug treatment programs are considered a protected class. Well, you can't require them to provide information from a drug treatment facility or do any drug testing either. Okay. It seems like they're looking for all kinds of ways that you have to allow drug addicts and ex-convicts to rent your apartment. Are you guys getting the same vibe out of this as I am, or are you reading anything different here than I did? I don't know how it's coming across to you. Maybe I'm looking at this all wrong, but this is what it looks like to me. So if you violate the Fair Chance in Housing Act, you could be subject to penalties up to $1,000 for first violation, $5,000 for second, and up to $10,000 for more. All right. If you got any questions, you could contact the New Jersey Division of Civil Rights or call their phone number at the DCR here. But you know what? These people are all gung-ho about looking for violators. So I don't know if I would call them. I'd probably call an attorney, because you could call them asking for guidance and they end up turning on you. And then now, it used to be we just need to give this document to people, but now everybody needs to sign it. We need to keep it on record. And so you should probably also give them that signed original copy, which we call a duplicate original. Now this makes more sense, huh? All right. This is a little nonsense. This is talking about other provisions. This sounds more like hysteria and nonsense that you were reading on social media or in the news that tried saying, oh, these people are all racist because, remember, Trump said COVID originated in China. So why is he spreading propaganda that all Asian people then are responsible for COVID by saying that? Well, because it came from a wet lab in Wuhan, China, or it came from the laboratory in Wuhan, China, not a wet meat market. All right. We know that as a fact. That's where COVID-19 came from and originated from. Does that mean that all Asian people are responsible for COVID-19? No, that's stupid. But that's what they're saying here. The LAD's protections continue to apply even if the conduct at issue is related to COVID-19. For example, a landlord cannot seek to evict because the tenant has or the landlord believes the tenant to have COVID-19. Likewise, a landlord cannot refuse to rent to someone who is Asian because they believe Asian people are responsible for spreading COVID-19. Well, if you do, you're ignorant. Come on, use some common sense. Don't believe everything social media and news pundits who have political agendas have to say out there. All right. A lease cannot be provided that'll become null and void on the birth of a child. A facility that does not admit pets must permit a guide or service animal. A landlord cannot refuse the rent of one-bedroom apartment to two members of the same sex. Yeah, because that's sexual harassment, right? Okay. Now, we do all of that. And an apartment building that has 25 units or more actually has to make a report and submit it annually to the state based on the racial composition of the tenants. Anybody here rent in a building with more than 25 units? Apartments? Have you ever been asked by your landlord what race you are? Or on your rental application when you initially signed up, did they ask you what race you are? Last I recall, that was illegal for you to ask what race you were. So I wonder how these apartment building owners are supposed to submit to the state annually the racial composition of the tenants by assuming their national origin and race. What about people who are mixed races? How does that work? Either way, the purpose is to monitor the possible discrimination if no minorities live there. That's why they need to submit that annual report. But I'm curious how they do it. I was a superintendent of an apartment building with 25 units, and I never did that. Did the landlord? I don't know. I know the rental applications, though, didn't ask what race you were. So how do they accomplish this? Will they guess? We already did the love letter thing, I think, right? This is just that love letters, because now we're in a chapter about discrimination, and this could be considered discrimination. Sending those love letters.
Hi, I'm Charlie Lee, Senior Counsel and Director of Legal Affairs at NAR. As buyers compete in a hot real estate market, they are searching for ways to stand out from the crowd. One method being used is to send a love letter to entice the seller into choosing their offer. While a love letter may seem innocent, they can raise fair housing concerns and risk exposing both the real estate broker and their clients to legal risks. The Fair Housing Act makes discrimination illegal in the sale or rental of housing and prohibits making housing otherwise unavailable because of race, color, national origin, religion, sex, disability, or familial status. Many states and local governments have their own fair housing laws, which can include additional protected categories. The use of a love letter often presents fair housing issues because they often contain personal information about the buyer, such as their race and culture or traditions, as a way of appealing to the seller's emotions. Some buyers even go as far as sending sophisticated packages that include photographs and videos. For example, a buyer might send a letter with a photo of their family around a Christmas tree. As a result, the buyer has revealed their religion, which is a prohibited basis for a seller to base their decision to reject an offer. While it may not be the buyer's intent for the seller to use this information to discriminate, that is essentially the position that a love letter can place the seller. When considering that the information cannot be easily forgotten or unseen, a love letter may ironically cause the seller to be fearful of selecting the buyer's offer because of potential discrimination issues. Therefore, real estate professionals should advise their clients about the risk of love letters and, at a minimum, stress the importance of avoiding including any information in the letter that could be used to illegally discriminate. But of course, even a photograph of the buyers could lead a seller to give preference to a buyer or reject them based on race or other background. Fair housing is a high priority throughout the country, and states are closely monitoring the practice of love letters. In fact, just recently, Oregon enacted a law to take effect on January 1, 2022 that bans the use of buyer love letters. Here are some best practices to consider when it comes to love letters. At the outset of the relationship, speak to your client about the risks of buyer love letters and the potential fair housing issues they raise. Remind your seller client that an offer should be assessed based only on objective criteria, such as price and timing. If your seller client insists they want to receive buyer love letters, advise them to consult legal counsel and to document their decision-making process in selecting an offer.
In other words, make sure that the offer is based on objective things like the price, the down payment, when they want to close, if they're going to waive any inspection contingencies, and you weigh offers based on the offer itself, not based on some emotional driven letter that is sent to you by a buyer's agent. Okay, if you're the listing agent and you're trying to figure these, you're trying to navigate this here. All right, so let's move on from this. All right, zoning discrimination, Mount Laurel 1 and 2. New Jersey has a long history. New Jersey is the third state admitted to the Union, which is now the United States, right? We're one of the 13 original colonies. New Jersey was the end route for was one of the end routes on the Underground Railroad. You guys recall what the Underground Railroad was from your elementary or middle school? You ever hear of that? The Underground Railroad? That's where people who were escaping slavery in the South escaped up through the North. They were smuggled up to the North. They called those routes, the smuggling routes, the Underground Railroad. And New Jersey had a place called Mount Laurel. Mount Laurel, New Jersey was one of the end routes for that Underground Railroad, where the escaping slaves from the South would come up to, and then some settled there and others moved on to other places in the country. So New Jersey has a lot of history there. And back then, there were no zoning laws. Zoning laws dictate what kind of structure can be built where, the setback from the property line, the size of the building, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, the type, how it's constructed. There was none of that back then. It was like you chop down a tree, you chop down some trees and you built a house, right? That's the way it was done. So in 1971, a lawsuit came to be known as Mount Laurel 1. Okay. We're talking about the Mount Laurel court decisions here. In 1971, a lawsuit came to be known as Mount Laurel 1 court decision that was filed by the NAACP against the town of Mount Laurel, New Jersey, for illegal discrimination against low-income and moderate-income persons. It was more about low income. Through the use of something that came to be known as exclusionary zoning. The court stated that all developing communities had to zone for their fair share of the region's need for low-income and affordable housing. In 1975, the court ruled that the poor may not be excluded from residential areas. So it's like you can't put like the housing for poor people in like commercial districts or away from the rest of the town. Okay, so Mount Laurel 1, good court decision? Yeah, sure. In 1983, there was a second lawsuit that came to be known as Mount Laurel 2. In this second lawsuit filed by the NAACP against Mount Laurel, New Jersey, resulted in the courts providing specific guidelines for all developing communities. It said that all municipalities have an obligation to provide a range of housing, and this was accomplished by allowing for higher density developments. In other words, building homes closer together than normally allowed. A 20% set aside. What is that? Well, these municipalities need to keep an ongoing total, running total. For every 100 homes built, 20% of them should be for low income and affordable housing. Now, the law never said when or where they need to be built. So if you got a high-rise building that you built and the city allowed you to build it, does 20% of the units in that high-rise building have to be for low-income and affordable housing? No. But the city needs to keep track of how many units there are that they built, and they're going to need to figure out what 20% of that is and write that to the ongoing total of shortage of low-income and affordable housing that still needs to be built somewhere at some point.
Is this for like apartments or houses?
Both. Of low-income and affordable housing, whether it's to own or to rent.
But is it mostly like a house or?
It could be a house, it could be an apartment, it could be an apartment building, it could be a high rise.
But generally, it is apartments, correct?
Yeah. Generally it is. But look, we're talking about new construction. So I don't even want to say generally it is, because it's for new construction. Your town, since this lawsuit was filed in 1983, every municipality has an obligation to keep track of how many new construction, whether it's a house, an apartment building, apartments, what have you. They need to keep a running total of how many units were built. Doesn't matter if they're for sale or for rent. They need to keep an ongoing total of all of them. How many of them were affordable or low income? Okay. If they need to make sure that 20% of that figure eventually gets built as low income or affordable housing. Like right now in my town, I live in Linden, they're putting up these high rises all over the place, right? These developers are being given huge tax breaks under something called the pilot program. It's intended to make sure that they're getting tax breaks so that they could build more low income and affordable housing. So these builders are getting these huge tax breaks under the pilot program, and not a single affordable or low income unit is there. When you charge $2,500 for a studio apartment, is that low income or affordable housing?
No.
I wouldn't think so.
But the law is saying they have to.
The law doesn't say where it needs to be built or when. Okay. Now, the tax breaks that the mayors are giving to these builders are supposed to be for low income and affordable housing to be built. But the mayors aren't requiring them to do it. Are they doing these deals on the back table, back room, smoke-filled rooms, Are they doing these deals with developers who are giving them payoffs or supporting their campaigns? In exchange, they're getting these huge long-term tax breaks, and they don't build the affordable housing anyway? Well, in my town, they're not getting built. We got all these high rises that are getting built with no affordable housing or low-income housing there. And then the mayor turns around and says, the state is pressuring our town now to build low income and affordable housing, and we just don't have the space for it. So no area of town is not going to be subjected to zoning changes. In other words, he's threatening the suburban communities that have 1 family and 2 family houses, that we could put up high rises and apartment buildings in your neighborhood now, even though different areas are zoned for different types of structures. But that's the excuse he's trying to give so that he can get them built or take people's properties by eminent domain to build these things. Okay. It's not how the law was meant to work. These pilot programs, it's not the way the pilot program is meant to work. See, I'm running for councilman in my town. I want, and we had somebody else that we got opposing this mayor who acts like he's a king. Okay. He's got his whole entire family on the city council or in high positions in the municipality, and he does whatever the hell he wants. And we're trying to fight him on this stuff. He's using these loopholes for developers not to pay any taxes so they could build these very profitable high rises. And he's not addressing the low income issue or the low income housing or affordable housing issue, which is a big problem here in New Jersey. Several years back, remember when Governor Christie tried running for president when he was our governor? And during the end of his second term, he tried running for president. He was still the governor of New Jersey, and he brought up to our politicians here, our legislature, our state legislature, he brought up to them and said, we got a problem these Mount Laurel court decisions were created to make sure that low income and affordable housing, we keep track of how many units are being built and making sure that we get all of that low income and affordable housing built. However, it's not getting built because the law is full of loopholes. We should just do away with the Mount Laurel court decisions and write a new law from scratch. Now, the governor doesn't write laws, so he was telling our politicians, Republicans, Democrats, Independents, he was telling them, listen, you guys need to sit down, do away with this law and create a new law from scratch that doesn't have all the loopholes in it. Okay, because this Mount Laurel court decision requires 20% of construction, you keep a running total, but it doesn't say when it needs to be built. It doesn't say where it needs to be built. But the second lawsuit said that all municipalities have to provide specific guidelines. Now, the court did not provide the specific guidelines. The court required the municipalities to create their own guidelines of how they were going to accomplish this. So let me ask you a question. If you were a municipality and a court told you you needed to create a bunch of rules explaining how you were going to create all this low-income housing. Now, if you don't create these rules, nothing's going to happen to you. But if you do create these rules, you need to follow them. And if you don't follow them, we're going to come down on you like a ton of bricks. Would you create a bunch of rules against yourself that you needed to abide by? Hell no. Common sense will tell you no. So more than 50% of the municipalities in New Jersey never created them. However, let me finish reading this. Zoning, so they needed that 20% set aside, zoning for mobile homes, and a requirement that communities must cooperate with efforts to obtain subsidies. That's money from the state and federal government to offset the tax dollars that are lost to incentivize builders to make low income and affordable housing. And a panel of 3 judges appointed by the Chief Justice was set up to listen to hardship cases. So Governor Christie said, this law is full of loopholes, because what you got right now is this. More than 50% of municipalities in New Jersey never created those guidelines for those rules they needed to follow on how they were going to accomplish this. And did you know that if your municipality is one of them that did not create these rules, if you go down to the city, say you want to put an addition on your house or you want to remodel something, and the city says, or you want to build a garage or something, and the city says, you can't build that there. It's not zoned for it or doesn't meet our zoning regulations. Did you know that if the city did not create those specific guidelines, you could sue the city before that 3-panel judges and ask them if you could ignore your local zoning laws because they didn't create all these rules? And often they say, yes, you can. You can ignore those zoning laws and build whatever the hell you want. Now, the purpose of that is supposed to be so that affordable and low-income housing is built. But that's not in practice what's happening. These judges say you could ignore the local zoning laws and build whatever you want, hoping that it's going to be low-income and affordable housing. But usually what ends up getting built is not. Are you guys, by the way, this lawsuit is known as Builder's Remedy. So if you wanted to do some Google searches for New Jersey Builder's Remedy lawsuits, you'll find tons of them. Look up Cranford. You guys familiar with Cranford? You guys know where Cranford is? You know where the train station is down there, Cranford? Right across the street from it is blocks and blocks of one-family houses, or at least they used to be. The developer came in and bought up all those one-family houses. And then they submitted a plan to build storefronts with apartments and condos above them. The city said, you can't build that there. That's all zoned only for one-family homes. So they sued Cranford with a builder's remedy lawsuit. They went before these 3 panels of judges, and the judges said, oh, they don't have rules on how they're going to come up with this low and affordable income housing. Okay, builder, you could ignore their zoning laws and build whatever the hell you want there, hoping that some of those apartments and condos are going to be for low income and affordable housing. But they never put any kind of written requirement that it is. So the builders built what they wanted to. Those storefronts with all these expensive condos. In some cases, it's condos. In some cases, it's just apartments. And none of it is affordable housing. They use this as a loophole to go around the zoning codes to build whatever the hell they wanted. So Governor Christie was right when he said it's full of loopholes that are being abused by builders just to build whatever the heck they want. And a lot of the politicians aren't arguing against it because they may be some of the investors with the builders and they're getting kickbacks from that or financial gain from it. So that's why they're not arguing it. So you remember Governor Christie actually, when he was running for president, he actually suggested this to our legislature. And for a solid 2 weeks straight in New Jersey, all you heard was on New Jersey as well as the national media, because he was running for president, was how New Jersey's Governor Christie proposed a racist legislation to do away with long-standing protections for poor people and minorities, because he suggested that they do away with this law, which these laws are meant to be protections for poor people and minorities, right? But they were full of loopholes and they're not accomplishing their goal. So they twisted the wording and put it out in the media that he proposed racist legislation to do away with long-standing protections for poor people and minorities. That's the wording that they used in the media. You know, is that what he did? No. He was saying, plug the holes so the damn low income and affordable housing can get built. So they attacked him like that for 2 weeks straight in the media until he said, I give up. I'll drop it. I'm not going to talk about it no more. And then they let off on him. And they stopped talking about it. Now, since then, this is quite a few years ago now, since then, there really is a bad need for that low income and affordable housing. And so there have been some changes recently in our legislature. They didn't create new laws or change this law at all, but they put new requirements on municipalities to have to build that 20% of housing that they've been keeping a running tally on, but have never built. And so now the towns are feeling the pressure on it. Otherwise, they may get some kind of sanctions against them. I'm not sure. I did not read up on the newer legislation of it yet, how that affects it. But this is what we need to know for exams. Exclusionary zoning, that line down at the bottom, write that in your notes or take a picture of it. This is how you need to study it for your exams. This is all you need to know. I'm teaching you about the lawsuits, how this came about, where this terminology came from, and how it really works in practice versus what the questions are, how the questions are worded on exam. Okay, they're two different things. Reality and exams are two different things when it comes to this. Exclusionary zoning is a discriminatory zoning practice outlawed by the Mount Laurel court decision, which discriminated against low-income persons, the poor. Oh, by the way, how did that lawsuit come about? Why was it in Mount Laurel? I didn't explain that part. I skipped that part. Sorry. I'll explain it right now. How did Mount Laurel create this? Where did this lawsuit come from? How did Mount Laurel exclude poor people from an area? Well, this is what happened. The town of Mount Laurel, New Jersey wasn't a very rich town. Okay. You have a lot of old families that have owned properties over the generations, passed from generation to generation, very small lots, very small homes, along the original route where the Underground Railroad was, where people built all these houses really close together. There's actually a street with a row of houses on both sides that are built right on top of each other. They're very tiny houses. So The town of Mount Laurel, New Jersey decided, hey, we need to improve our infrastructure. We need to improve our roads, our general infrastructure, our school systems, police, fire, all that stuff. Where do municipalities get the money for this to do that kind of improvement? Anybody know? Where do we get that money from?
Taxes?
Taxes, property taxes. Exactly. You hit the nail on the head. Now, what are property taxes based on? They're based partially on the need of the municipality, but they're also based on the value of the property. So they come up with a tax rate to try to generate enough income. So you multiply the tax rate by the assessed value of a property to come up with your tax amount. All right. Now, a lot of those homes were not worth a lot. So you're not going to generate a whole lot of money. So the town of Mount Laurel, New Jersey came up with a bright idea. How do we come up with more money? How about we create zoning ordinances that require that any new construction that's built has to be on a bigger plot of land, so that you're going to be building bigger houses. You build bigger houses, it's going to be worth more. We could tax you more and get that money that we need. Good idea. But they implemented it poorly because they didn't provide a range of housing and lot sizes throughout town. They just came up with a very large lot size requirement for the whole town. I don't know what the lot size is. I couldn't find it in my search. So let's just make up a number for this discussion. Let's just say they required everybody to buy an acre of land in order to build a house. An acre is a large amount of land, especially in New Jersey. So they required you to own an acre of land in order to build a house on it. Real estate in New Jersey is pretty expensive. So you're effectively pricing poor people out of town if you require such a large lot size and not have certain areas in town that could have smaller lot sizes. And that's what the lawsuit was based on. It was based on that large lot size requirement where the town effectively priced poor people out of town by having that larger lot size requirement. So they had the town of Mount Laurel, New Jersey. They weren't trying to get rid of poor people. They just had a good idea, but they poorly implemented it. Okay. Which this is where these lawsuits came from, the Mount Laurel 1 lawsuit. So it now required that they provide a range of housing. That's the wording that they use, right? But municipalities don't build housing. They only put the zoning ordinances in place. Builders come and they build stuff, right? So that's where the whole idea of this came from. Okay. So what you need to study for exams, put it in your notes, is this. Once again, this is all you need to know. Exclusionary zoning is a discriminatory zoning practice outlawed by the Mount Laurel court decisions, which discriminated against low-income persons, the poor people. And how did it do that? It required too large of a lot size. Okay, they made it out to be sounding more nefarious than it really was. All right. Oh, I had a bag of popcorn and now it's scratching the back of my throat. All right. So here we go again. Mount Laurel court decisions. Low-income individuals may not be excluded from residential areas, and municipalities have an obligation to provide a range of housing. And then here's my definition of builder's remedy. It's a little bit shorter than the long explanation I gave you, okay? But it's down to the point. So if you guys want, snap a picture of this entire slide that explains everything about exclusionary zoning as well as the builder's remedy, what that lawsuit is all about. And I tell you, don't trust what I'm telling you. Maybe I'm politically biased because of my political views or what have you. Whatever. Do a Google search on your own. Search NJ Builders Remedy lawsuits, and you'll see I'm telling you the truth. Okay. Can I change the slide now? All right. Code for equal opportunity. We have standards of conduct for realtors, making an affirmative pledge to offer equal housing and services to everybody. HUD and NAR often have these fair housing partnerships to educate the public as well as real estate agents, and to try to put together like educational stuff to get people into housing and to have ownership. We have workshops for people how to get into housing ownership, etc. And they do community initiatives like cleaning up dirty areas and renovating the areas and making them nice, and everybody pitches in and cleans up a neighborhood, stuff like that. So you could get involved in that if you wish. All right, so what are the implications for brokers and salespeople? Well, we have to display that poster, the HUD's poster, Equal Housing Opportunity poster, and New Jersey's. We have to prominently display a sign stating that discrimination is against our public policy as well as state and federal laws. We have to make proper responses to our clients if they express any discriminatory desires when they're searching for homes. Sorry, I can't help you search for homes based on those discriminatory factors. I can only search for homes based on your criteria for housing, your price range, architectural style. You tell me what town or what neighborhood you want to be in, I'll look there. But if you tell me I don't want to live by these people or those people, I can't search for homes for you based on that. Reverse discrimination is actually a thing. It's coming up on the next slide. And it's still discrimination no matter what the original intent is. It even has the word discrimination in the name. A lot of people describe reverse discrimination as trying to correct past wrongs by discriminating today. Except instead of discriminating, for example, against Black people, you're going to discriminate against white people. It's still discrimination. You don't, two wrongs don't fix one wrong. It doesn't work that way. So reverse discrimination is still discrimination, and it shouldn't be acceptable under any circumstance. And then advertising should not contain any preference or limitations on protected classes. We're going to go over now. It's going to be the last thing that we go over, or one of the last things we go over in this chapter about how to what you can and cannot say in your advertisements. Okay, so let's highlight this at the top of page 86, that in order to be found guilty of discrimination, the laws are clear and widely known. The complainant does not have to prove guilty knowledge or specific intent, only the fact that discriminatory act had occurred. So what do you do if you have somebody that tells you they're looking for a home and they express a discriminatory desire in their home search? Okay. Usually people feel more comfortable when they got the same background as you. And by the way, it's not just white people that discriminate. I've seen Black people discriminate. I've seen Hispanic. I've seen Indian. I've seen all people from all races and backgrounds discriminating. Okay. And the funniest thing, I shouldn't say it's funny, but I've seen amongst a lot of people that within cultures, people will discriminate more against their own kinds, their own race, their own colors, against each other more than others. It's an incredible thing to see. Like I've had, for example, Haitian clients, and they were going to get a loan, a mortgage. And I suggested to them, I gave them a list of a couple mortgage companies that were pretty good. And they decided to go with their own mortgage rep they found, because he's my kinsman. He's from Haiti too, and then they end up getting screwed over by their own people more than anybody else. They get taken advantage of because they're the the new immigrants versus the old immigrants. You know what I'm saying? They take advantage of each other, and that's a shame, you know. And I was trying to point out to the guy, but he didn't want to listen to me because I'm this white dude, you know. So I was like, your guy is screwing you, man. He's making a promise to you of a type of loan that does not exist. The only way you're going to be able to close on that is at the end of the day, when it comes down to the wire, you're going to have to come to the closing table with a boatload of money. What he's selling you right now, it's not going to happen. I'm telling you. And exactly what I said is exactly what happened in that situation. And I guess he learned a lesson, you know. And he was like, this effing guy. I was like, I told you. Don't mean to say I told you, but I told you, you know. That's why I'm here, to give you good advice, you know. But yet people have their biases. You know, I've seen Indian people discriminate against other Indian people based on their dialect or what region they're from. I've seen Black people discriminate against other Black people because they're blacker than them. You know, it happens in cultures. I've witnessed this. You know, that's why I'm just observing people. You know, not even in real estate, just people I know. I could see them, how they interact with each other and how they discriminate against each other. You know, the rhetoric that goes on. So just don't get involved in any of it. But I'm a I like to watch and observe people, you know, and observe human psychology and the dynamics with people. Okay. And these are just things I've picked up on. All right. Now, if a person expresses a locational preference for housing based on race, the Realtors Association's guidelines suggest you give the following type of response, although I think it's a little bit robotic. They want you to say, I cannot give you that kind of advice. I will show you several homes that meet your specifications. You will have to decide which ones you want. Okay. To me, that's a little bit robotic. I just like to talk to people. You know, I know this is a sensitive subject, sometimes talking to people from other races or cultures or backgrounds. Sometimes a lot of people will feel uncomfortable about this. I really don't. You know, I talk to people all day. I've been in real estate for years. I teach it. You know, I talk to people out in public. I've joked around with friends growing up. Oh my God, we were so bad with our jokes and everything, you know. And listen, I've got tons of Black friends, Hispanic friends, what have you, and how we bust on each other, you know, using the most racist terms, yelling at each other, you know, I'm the Polak or the dumb Polak, you know, you got your Guinea friend and all this and that. You know how people do that, but we do it lovingly. You know, it's not malicious in any way, but yet you could see like everybody's aware of the rhetoric and the stuff that goes on. But how do you have these conversations? I like to just be direct with people. I say, listen, I can't search for homes based on who lives in an area. It's hard enough for me to find a house meeting your criteria in this price range. You know, now you want me to investigate the people that live in an area? Look, we're in New Jersey. If you haven't noticed, we're a melting pot. We got people from all over here. You know, you tell me the area where none of these people or those people live. I was like, good luck with that. I was like, New Jersey's a melting pot. We got people from all over here. I was like, so I refuse to enter that conversation with you. I'll search for homes that meet your criteria in the areas you tell me you want to look. But I'm not gonna examine areas or report to you who lives in an area. I'm not doing that. I could lose my license for that, and it's wrong. But I could lose my license and I could be fined hugely for that. I was like, so if you want to work with me, you want to search for a home, you tell me the architectural style, what features you're looking, the price range, and what areas you're looking at. But don't get me involved in any of the other stuff, you know? And I think I maybe had to have that conversation 3 times in my entire career. And only one of them was really bad. I had one guy. He was actually a guy for a franchise for a food company that puts up these restaurants. And he's all over Pennsylvania, New York, and New Jersey. So that's his territory. And so he needed to be in an area where he could travel easily to all of them. And, he was telling me he doesn't want to live by these people or those people or those people, wants the good schools and all that crap. And I was like, I can't have this conversation with you. You got to tell me what areas. So what he did next time he came by, I searched a bunch of homes in different areas and gave him a printouts of the different homes in different areas across the geographic regions that he told me that would be acceptable for his travel requirements. He pulls out a laptop and starts going through some kind of demographic website that shows the racial composition of everybody that lives in the area. And I was like, listen, I'm not standing here. Go do this somewhere else. I'm not going to do this. You want to filter out which properties you want me to show you? That's fine. Don't do this in front of me. That one guy ever that I had that was that racist. Okay. Everybody else was probably more racist amongst their own people. You would think being in real estate, this is a common thing you're going to come across. Not so much, not in New Jersey anyway. I think that's, are there racist people out there? Sure. Are they blatantly and openly? I've not come across a lot. Okay, so reverse discrimination on page 86, near the bottom of the page. Reverse discrimination regulations are intended to preserve racial balance in given areas. Okay, well, look, remember intent? I put an arrow here from that word intent to what's at the top of that very same page. The wording that says the complainant does not have to prove guilty knowledge or specific intent, only the fact that discrimination occurred in order for you to be found guilty of discrimination. So right there in their definition, explaining how reverse discrimination ain't so bad, right at the top of the page, they show you, it's still discrimination and your intent is irrelevant. So you may, in your lifetime or careers at some point in time, have a situation, either locally or federal government may come up with some kind of idea or scheme to maybe integrate people, expedite the integration of people more. Well, so far, every law that I've taught you about anti-discrimination taught you to ignore people's race or nationality, national origin, religion, all of the protected classes, right? Said treat everybody the same. You're not supposed to look or consider any of these things. But sometimes you get politicians out there, let's just say it's for well-meaning or well-intentioned reasons, trying to force things along, okay? Trying to force this progress along. You can't do that. People could choose to live wherever they want. Remember that Hispanic guy I told you that bought that $600,000 two-family house down Port Elizabeth? You can't dictate where somebody's going to live. You got to let them decide where they want to live on their own. Now, this did happen, and millions of dollars were spent on creating what I could, the only explanation I could give for it is calling it a racial map. There was, at the federal level, we spent millions of dollars. We had HUD, the FHA, and this was at the Congressional Black Caucus meeting. We had the FHA and HUD there, where a former president of ours spent millions of dollars. And he said, my goal, my dream is that in the near future, we're already working on this. We've established a database and we did an overlay on this map. My dream here is that what we're going to do is anybody who's going to get a loan through a government insured, government backed, government guaranteed, or insured institution, or any place where those loans are going to be sold, or insurance, or if you are professional licensed by the government, like a real estate agent or a mortgage rep, You're going to be required to look at this map before you sell anybody a house, insurance, or give them a mortgage loan. And you're going to have to zoom out on the map on that area. And if it gives you a nice mixed blend color purple, that means it's a good mix of people living there. But if it's too strong of a concentration of one color there, then you better not be selling homes there or you're going to lose your license. It was like a threat. Now, this was done by the president. And this was something they were actually spent millions of dollars on. They never instituted it because it's unconstitutional. I don't know how you could have. Now, I'm not going to, I can't explain the reasoning behind it. I'll just say it's well-intentioned and he was just trying to speed up progress, okay? But you can't do that. You can't dictate where someone's going to move to. Tell them they can't move there because there's too many people like you living there already. You know, that's, just listen to how it sounds. It sounds racist, right? But it did happen or started to. Thank God it was never implemented. All right. So how do we put what can we say or not say in our advertisements? Well, there's a category, a rule, what's permitted and what's not permitted. And generally the rule is the same all the way down. No discriminatory preference or limitation may be expressed. When it comes to race, color, or national origin, you are allowed to say things like master bedroom or good neighborhood. I don't know what that has to do with race, color, or national origin, though. You're not allowed to say things like white neighborhoods or no French in your ads. Yeah, because it's negative. Why don't you keep your ads positive to start? Okay, the only thing I could see out of here is you got to be hyper racist person. You got to be the type of person that's always got race on your mind and always looking for something racist to consider the term master bedroom a racial term. Okay, what are you thinking back to slave days and you got the master? Come on, you know. Does anybody here know what a master bedroom is, though? Don't give me the definition that it's where the master was. I don't want to hear the racial stuff. There's actually a description for what a master bedroom is. Does anybody know what
The largest bedroom?
That's what HGTV tells you. Not every house has a master bedroom. Do you know that a master bedroom usually is the largest bedroom in the house? But what makes it a master bedroom is that it has a full bath connected to it. If you have a bathroom, a full bathroom connected to your bedroom or in your bedroom, that's a master bedroom. Not every house has a master bedroom. They just have, but is that going to stop real estate agents from saying this is the master because it's the biggest bedroom? No. Okay. Go ahead, puff away, say it. But, tell people technically that's not a master bedroom. It has to have a full bath in order for attached to it for it to be considered a master. All right. When it comes to religion, no discriminatory preference or limitation can be expressed. You are allowed to say things like chapel on premises, kosher meals available, or Merry Christmas. Yeah. Because when I grew up, saying Merry Christmas to a Jew wasn't considered offensive. And they would tell me Happy Hanukkah. And I'd be like, yeah, to you too. You know, I don't take it offensive. I don't get offended. For some reason, I don't know what's going on with the young kids today. I mean, I'm talking like I'm an old man, but I don't know what's going on with the young people today where they're so hypersensitive and super offended by everything. I'm not Christian. Don't tell me Merry Christmas. That's offensive. Come on, really, get off your high horse. Why are we allowed to say in our advertisements, chapel on premises? Well, because we're describing in certain situations, say it's maybe a condominium and there's actually a chapel in the building. You're just describing a feature. You can't say like it's in the neighborhood, that's different. In the building is different. Kosher meals available. Well, what if they have like a kitchen in that building and they serve kosher meals? That's fine. But you can't say, oh, there's kosher stores in the neighborhood. You can't, don't put that in ads. Because that's now more of a dog whistle. It could be interpreted as you saying, well, kosher that's Jewish people. There's Jewish people in a neighborhood, you know. Merry Christmas. You're allowed to say seasonal greetings in your advertisements. Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, or Kwanzaa, or Festivus, whatever. You're not allowed to say things like no Muslim, nice Christian family, or walking distance to synagogue. Although I've actually come across this one before, where I was going in for a listing at in Livingston, a huge Jewish population. The lady, the owner of the house, she was telling me, because I was asking her about any features of the house that I should be highlighting, and she's like, "Yes, we're close to the synagogue, so we're within walking distance to synagogue. You have to put that in the ad." I said, "I can't. That's illegal. It's discriminatory because it's targeting a certain group, or it could be mistaken by people like." There's a lot of Jews that live in this area. She was like, well, there are. I was like, yeah, but you can't say that, you know, because it could be misconstrued as targeting these people, or like we're only selling to Jewish people, and you can't do that. Yeah, but it's within walking distance to synagogue. That's a highlight point. You know, that's a selling point. And I was like, to who? I said, to Jewish people. I was like, what we can do instead, we can write walking distance to houses of worship. It's more secular. It's not targeting a particular religion. That's acceptable to put in an ad. If you put walking distance to synagogue, I'm going to get sued. You know, I guarantee it. I'm going to get sued. Somebody's going to file a complaint against me. All right. Now, when it comes to sex, no preference or limitation. You are allowed to say things like in-law suite, mother-daughter, which mother-daughter and in-law suite describe the same thing, or female roommate sought. How come you're allowed to say female roommate sought? Isn't that sexual discrimination? No. Why not? You're right, but why not?
If I'm a woman, maybe for safety reasons.
Well, it's because it's a roommate. It's somebody who's going to be living in the same apartment as you, right? So you could choose who you want to live with you. It would be different if you have an apartment you're renting that you're not living in, that you're only looking for women renters. That's discriminatory. But because you're looking for a roommate, somebody who lives with you, yeah, you'd feel more comfortable maybe with another woman there, right? So that's why it's allowed. What about in-law suite or mother-daughter? What these are describing, these are two different terms that describe the same thing. It's a one-family house that's set up like a two-family house. It has a separate apartment that has its own entrance. It has its own kitchen or kitchenette, a bedroom or a living room or a dining room, whatever. It's set up like a separate apartment that has its own entrance so somebody can come and go as they please. However, it's only zoned as a one-family house. So you cannot rent this out separately. But it is a selling feature for, like, let's say we got married couples. They want to buy a house and they have aging parents that they want to that still get around on their own, and they like to have them living with them, but not all up in their business. They like them to maybe be close to them where they could keep an eye on them, but not that close. So they have their own apartment where they could come and go as they please. Okay. This is actually highly sought after, and it can increase the value of the property because of that. But yet so many real estate agents fail to enter that feature in the MLS. They may put some wording in the description, but there's actually a checkbox. You could put this as a feature in the MLS that somebody can search by. I highly suggest you do if you have a listing with a mother-daughter in-law suite type situation. Okay. Now, what's not allowed, you're not allowed to say great house for a man. Why not for a woman or one of the other 98 genders out there? Right? Wife's dream kitchen. What, you got to be married? What, you got to be a woman? Look, in my family, the guys are the better cooks than the women anyway. All right. So, wife's dream kitchen. What about my dream kitchen? Man cave. That sounds sexist. What's a man cave? We all know what this is from these commercials and HGTV. It's probably like the basement is set up with a pool table or a bar and a poker table, or set up with like a movie theater or something like that. It's so that the man of the family can get away down there with all of his buddies and get away from the family, and that's his domicile away from home. And then HGTV came out with this concept, the she shed. You ever hear that one? Heck, the insurance companies even did. Look at this commercial. You ever see this?
Well, it finally happened, Zachary. Somebody burned down my she shed. Nobody burned down your she shed, Cheryl. Well, my she shed's on fire. Your she shed was struck by lightning. Zachary, is my she shed covered by State Farm?
Your she shed's covered, Cheryl.
You hear that, Victor? I'm getting a new she shed.
Well, a lot of people named Victor. I rarely come across people named Victor. They got somebody named Victor in this commercial. That dog was named Victor.
Go with the one that's here to help life go
And we
right.
got the wheel spinning, and we didn't see a single video change right here for some reason. I don't know. I think this is about to crash this PowerPoint presentation here. Got to wait for that to crash, and then I'll reopen it and show it to you again. It's taking too long. Task manager. Let me just end the PowerPoint presentation. Where is it? There it is. End task. There we go. I'll reopen it now and get back to that slide. Sorry about that. I don't know why it froze up. All right, we're back. See if we can get it going without freezing up.
Well, it finally happened, Zachary. Somebody burned down my she shed. Nobody burned down your she shed, Cheryl. Well, my she shed's on fire. Your she shed was struck by lightning. Zachary, is my she shed covered by State Farm?
Your she shed's covered, Cheryl.
You hear that, Victor? I'm getting a new she shed.
Look at that shed.
She shear?
She got a chandelier in there and all them decorations.
Go with the one that's here to help life go.
All right. So she got her she shed there. That's her getaway from the family. Setting up the shed with electricity and power, and that's her getaway. All right.
Well, if
I guess the female version of a man cave, right? Then we have disability. Look, listen, by the way, these things, man cave, she shed, don't put them in advertisements. If you're showing a house to somebody, it's different. You talking to someone and say, wow, this would make a great man cave down here. You could set this up as this, when you're doing your puffing, trying to sell it, there's nothing wrong with that. It's just when you put it in an advertisement, somebody who's hypersensitive and hyper offended by every little detail of everything in life, they're just angry little people, or someone's going to have a mental meltdown, and they're going to file a complaint against you. Okay. So don't put these things in advertisements. Now, when it comes to disability, no discriminatory preference or limitation once again. However, you are allowed to say in ads, wheelchair ramp, walk to shops, even though people may not be able to walk. You're not discriminating against those who can't walk, because walk to shops just means that they're close by, within walking distance. Walk-in closet, jogging path, or walking distance to something. You're allowed to say that. It's not discriminatory against disabled people who can't walk. Okay, you got to add a little common sense to this too. What is a walk-in closet? It's one that's big enough you could actually walk into it. All right. What's not allowed is saying things like no wheelchairs or able-bodied tenants only. Once again, that's negative. I told you, keep your ads positive. I've had a listing before like this. I've had listings like this before. One of my last listings that I had an issue with, not an issue, but it was a 3rd-story condo unit, and there was no elevator. It was just a winding stairwell going up. It was in Edison at the Waterford, if anybody's familiar with that complex there. There's no elevators in the building, and the stairway winds to go up from outside in order to get up to the 3rd unit. So I called it a 3rd-story walk-up. All right. And I actually got a call on it from a guy who's handicapped, and he was wheelchair bound. He said he could stand up and walk maybe 1 step or 2, but it's very hard for him because he's basically disabled. And so he asked me, is there a way that he could put in a ramp, or was there an elevator in the building? I was like, no, unfortunately not. Because I didn't put in there anything about, not accessible or anything like that, because I don't want to chase anybody away. I just called it a 3rd-story walk-up, and he called up and he asked about it. And then I was like, no, unfortunately, there's no elevators and no way to put a ramp in over there for you to get up. I was like, but if you want, I could take a look and see if they have any 1st-story units that are available for you. Or I could look for other condo complexes in the area, if that's what you're looking for, that have 1st-story units or have elevators in the building that that'll be accessible for you. And he said, yeah. And then I got him as a client, instead of putting something negative in there where then he wouldn't have called at all. Familial stat. Remember, your job is salespeople. You got to try to sell things, not chase people away. Or your idea is to get them to call you so you could get them on the phone, build rapport, meet them in person, build up further on that rapport, and then get them as a client to sell them something. You're not selling anything over the phone or over the internet. Familial status, no preference on or limitation on family size. You're allowed to say 2-bedroom, family room, or quiet neighborhood, and it's not discriminatory. However, you're not allowed to say things like married couples only, no more than 2 children, even if the municipality has an ordinance against more than 2 people, more than 2 occupants per bedroom, like they did in Roselle Park there. Retirees dream home, just put dream home. No young children. Look, even if it is a 55 plus or senior housing community where they have restrictions on young children, just write 55 plus community or senior housing, 62 and older. Okay. You could write that. If anybody else calls on it, you could let them know, hey, this is age restricted. It's a senior housing or 55 plus community. But if you're looking for something, what exactly are you looking for? I could maybe try to help you find something else in the area. See, this is how you get clients. If you chase them away in the advertisements by trying to say, hey, you can't buy here, you can't rent here, they're never going to call you. You're chasing away clients that could have called you, that you could have, or potential clients that could have called you, and then you could have gotten business out of it. All right. Last thing here in this chapter, testing or testers. You do get questions about them on exam, without a doubt. What are testers? They're kind of like undercover mystery shoppers. They pretend to be buyers or renters. And they test you to see if you're going to go for the bait when they start talking about racist conversation or anti-Semitic conversation, or they talk about religious groups or whatever the protected class is in a negative way, to see if you start chiming in with them and agreeing with them, or starting to chime in that conversation and take the bait, or see if you're just treating everybody equally and fairly and the same. Are you going to help people in their discriminatory search, or are you going to tell them that you can't search for homes based on those criteria and that you don't want to engage in that conversation or rhetoric with them? Okay. You never know who's a tester. This is why it works. These are people that have nothing better to do with their time than to test you and waste your time. When you think you're working with legitimate clients, they're there to try to be on some social justice mission or something. I have no idea. But
Have you ever had this?
I don't know. I had suspicions of several people that I thought were testers, but that's why this works. You never know unless charges come down on you. You know? Okay. Now, these people, they're not employed by HUD, but they are trained by HUD. They train volunteers, and therefore it's not entrapment. If they worked for HUD, it would be entrapment. It's not entrapment, which is illegal, because they don't work for HUD. HUD just trains these people how to catch people in doing real estate agents and doing illegal discriminatory things. And so that they could document it and have evidence and then bring charges down on them. Okay. And these testers, they could be the same sex or gender or race or sexual orientation, nationality, religion as you, or the opposite. They check to see if you'll engage in discriminatory rhetoric or searching activities. Okay. So it does work. I had one girl, I could have sworn, I would swear that she was a tester because I had a listing in Roselle and she got there before I did. And she had a chance to walk around the backyard. And then, I get there, she's there, she's walking around from the back. And, I open up the lockbox and I let her in. It's my listing too. And, I meet with her, I say hi and everything, young black girl. And I let her in the house. We show her around. The house is beautiful, and it was a huge lot. It was one of the largest backyards I've seen in Roselle. Huge lot. And this guy was like a neat freak. Everything in this house is perfect. Nothing broken. Everything. This guy was meticulously maintained this house. And so after we were done showing, we come back out to the porch. I lock up the house and I'm putting the key back in the lockbox. And she's talking to me about how she loves the property, the yard, the size of it. She loves it and how beautiful the house was. If we could pick it up and put it in another neighborhood with not so many black people in it. Remember, she's black. Okay. And she starts throwing out all kinds of racial stereotypes. She's like, listen, when I came here, I came off the parkway. I had to drive around here. I don't want to have to live by fried food places or where there's neighborhoods that are so full of black people. That's all you see. She's like, I don't want to live by that. I want a more a mixed neighborhood. And I'm just like looking at her and I'm like, okay. I'm not chiming in on this conversation. I'm just like looking her up and down and I'm listening to what she's saying. And she's like throwing out all kinds of racial stereotypes. And I'm just like, how do you respond? I keep my mouth shut. I'm just like, letting her know I'm listening, but not responding at all. I swore to God, I thought that she was a tester. It turns out she actually ended up being my client and I ended up selling her a house. It was just a really interesting situation. Her parents were actually, they had really good jobs and they made good money. And it was her and her two sisters. She had two younger twin sisters that she was searching for a house for her and her two younger sisters because both of her parents just died in a car accident. And unfortunately, they didn't have life insurance. And so she couldn't keep up maintaining the lifestyle that her parents got them accustomed to. They lived up in northern Jersey. It was a little more affluent area. And it was a mixed area of people, the composition of people. So she was looking for something the same, but the way it was coming out of her mouth sounded so racist, and that's why I was just like, biting my lip. So I probed afterwards and I started asking her, well, why are you looking for a house? Did you have any idea where it is that you're looking for? What are the features? Let me give you some ideas of different areas, and I'll look up properties and show you properties in these different areas. Then you let me know if those are areas you like, and I can look up more homes in those areas if you're not familiar that would fit in your budget and price range. Okay. And that's what I ended up doing. And I found her a property. It was really nice. She was happy with it and the area. And I even got invited to the housewarming party, you know. But you got to be careful walking the lines too of dating people and stuff like that too. So I kept my distance on that because she was very friendly. At one point I thought she was hitting on me. But then she ended up getting a boyfriend, and I see. So I was just like, okay, I see what's going on. But very nice girl. Her sisters are really nice. She was just had a lot going on in her head at the time, so I could understand why it was coming out that way. I mean, you just lose both of your parents in a car accident, then you need to get rid of your house and then find something that's more affordable for you. I understood where she was coming from, but the way it was coming out, I thought she was a tester. So anyway, I'm sorry, Sanchita, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, so they work with whom? I mean, do they have any agency or they are?
No, it's not an agency or anything like that. It's just volunteers. You could become a tester for HUD. Say that you want to make sure there's no agents out there that are doing racist things or treating different religious groups differently or based on people's sexual orientations or what have you. If you want to test people and maybe become a tester for HUD, you're a volunteer. They're not paying you for this. You're doing it on your own time because you want to make sure, okay, but HUD will train you how to do it so that you could document it and make sure that you have evidence, etc. Okay.
Thanks.
Okay. All right. So you will get a question about testers. You need to know what it is. So here on page 88, just highlight testers or checkers are undercover volunteers who want to see whether all customers and clients are being treated the same. Boom. Just leave it at that. That's good enough. And that concludes this chapter. So what do we do at the end of every chapter?
Key terms.
There we go. We do some key terms. Refusal to lend in certain areas, usually inner city.
Refusal to lend. Redlining.
Refusal to lend in certain areas, usually inner city.
Redlining.
Red line. 9 is A, red line. Inducing panic selling based on prejudice.
Blockbusting.
Trying to get them to bust up the block and sell their house. Correct. 2 is B. Federal law protected classes are race and color without any exceptions to that.
Civil rights.
Which one?
1866.
1866, correct. 3 is C. Section of the Civil Rights Act of 1968 that covers housing.
Title 8.
Section 8, correct. Or
Section
Title
8.
8.
Oh, sorry. Section 8.
Title 8, yeah. Section 8 is that housing choice voucher program. So it's Title 8, or you could say Section 8 of the Civil Rights Act, I guess. Yeah. 13 is D, Title 8. Channeling home seekers to or away from certain areas.
Steering,
when you're the one deciding where they should live, right? 11 is E. Statement about discrimination everyone listing property must receive.
Attorney memorandum. Attorney General memorandum.
The Attorney General's memorandum. 1 is F. Court cases covering, here now they just say moderate income. You should probably write low above that. Court cases covering low and moderate income housing.
Mount Laurel.
The Mount Laurel court decisions 1 and 2, correct. 7 is G. Okay, next to the letter I want you to cross out the word benign. Benign means there's nothing wrong with it, but all discrimination is wrong. It says benign discrimination intended to correct past wrongs. Just cross out the word benign because benign means it's harmless, but all discrimination is harmful. So discrimination intended to correct past wrongs.
Reverse discrimination?
Yes, 10 is I, reverse discrimination. Federal agency enforcing civil rights compliance.
HUD.
The Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD. 4 is J. Undercover checker who monitors fair housing compliance. Testers, got that one right away. 12 is K. New Jersey law governing discrimination in real estate transactions.
NJLAD.
The LAD, the law against discrimination. Correct. It's good to learn it as the NJ LAD. That's correct. 6 is L. Federal law setting many protected classes with some exceptions to it.
Fair Housing Act.
Of 1968. Correct. 5 is M. The Federal Fair Housing Act of 1968. 5 is M. And that concludes it.
Which one is 8?
8 is H, as in Harry. Henry.
Okay. Thank you.
Any others? No? All right.
We have not discussed that, I guess.
What's that?
A specific group that may not be discriminated against.
Well, we call them we talked about the different groups that you can't discriminate against. We call them protected classes. And remember, we learned that federal law has 7 protected classes. The 1866 law has 2 protected classes that was expanded later to 4. But New Jersey has a lot. You know, they even say that if you're not even sure, if you think someone's a protected class, they just became a protected class. Okay. That's how broad New Jersey law is written pertaining to this. All right. Everybody want to answer that attendance poll I threw out there? Oh, I see Fandrea's driving. Never mind, Fandrea. Don't be put yourself in danger or anything. Okay. So